This left headphone buzzes. How freaking is annoying. Anyway, thanks very much for joining us, folks. Welcome to the show. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the ninja thing where I don't even have to. Go for a D. Do that thing that you do.
Give your balls a tug, dear tit fuckers. The show is for educational and entertainment purposes only, eh? You have to be 21 and over. If not, you have to get the heck out. Take off.
That's the way.
Back to you,
Cheers, D.
Creamy, eh?
Thank you very much for that. My phone is not working right now. Okay, let's figure that out. Anyway, ladies and journalists, thanks very much for joining us. Like I said, the show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You really shouldn't take anything we say seriously. Not even the weather, not even what day it is. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what time it is. I don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. You really shouldn't copy us in any way whatsoever. Anyway, thanks very much for joining us, folks. It is a conversational show, so if you are polite and nice and all that kind of stuff, you might actually be welcome on the show. I do ask that you ask nicely if you're in the chat. If you join us, you're welcome to join us if you ask nicely. But please do ask in the chat, and we'll be happy to provide a link. We don't just leave the link in the chat anymore. Had just way too many weirdos, honestly, over the years in the show. So, frankly, I'm just kind of tightening it up a little bit. This show is basically, I don't know if it's on the way out or not, but basically it's hanging by a thread. Let's just put it that way, because these chat shows really don't go anywhere. Channels are frozen and stuff. So, folks, if you guys would like to take advantage, on the one hand, in a positive way of the conversational nature of the show, you're more than welcome to hop on. If, on the other hand, that you guys would like to be a party pooper with, I don't even know, just basically malintent, fuck off. Go do your own thing. I don't even care. Seriously, I don't even care. Like, honestly, this show doesn't bring me some great amount of money or some shit. So, seriously, it is literally just for you. Anyway, folks, if you guys do abide by the rules of basically don't being a dick or not being a dick and don't show not showing your dick, you're more than welcome to hop on here. So I need to make the host here so I can actually get back to the. I guess I'm just out of practice. Let me get back to
That's
the
what she said.
YouTube page and stuff and see everything. In nice one. Make co-host. There we go. Could be doing this on the computer, but I'm on my phone lately, and I don't want to use up all my freaking. Gosh, in America we have unlimited data, but it's actually not unlimited. It's limited by whatever arbitrary cap they have, and then after that they slow you tremendously down. You're still technically unlimited, but yeah, it's basically dog's balls. But this is really annoying because I can't see chat or anything. So anyway, we'll play it by ear here. Folks, if you guys would like to hop on, please do so. I don't want to beg and plead, borrow, whatever. So if you guys don't hop on here in a little while, we'll just cut the show and go do our own thing. If you guys would like to watch the High Noon Wednesday show tomorrow, please do. That'll be on Fumidoro. For the time being, I'm going to keep that show running, even though these other shows are terrible, just because I think it's a better time and all that kind of stuff. I could just be using the computer. All right, I'm going to give it a second. Anyway, anything to report? What do you think? I don't think so. Honestly, nothing to report really. Looks like the current breeding run is doing okay in my absence, so that's really gratifying to hear. It should do it that way last time, but thankfully this time we were a little bit more prepared and stuff. So anyway, it's unfortunately going to be a little bit longer, I think, since or until I can get back to my garden. So that's definitely butt puckering, but knock on wood, everything's doing okay. Picked up some really cool clones the other day. Flora wasn't lying. There's some really great places in the LA area. One in particular, up in the valley. People make fun of the valley all the time. I just can't understand it. It's still a nice place too. But anyway, picked up some nice stuff. So I'm excited to work on that stuff in the future. It's been an interesting transition, honestly, from my old garden to the new garden. Like the old garden, it was lots and lots of sativas. It was lots and lots of my stuff, honestly, stuff that I picked out through the years. I had my cuvee and my sugar tits. I had a couple of each, really. I had a couple of sugar tits. I had a couple of cuvées. I had a bunch of different Morgana clones and so on and so forth. Anyway, all that's gone, almost all of it. I still have sour Morgana and the black cherry Morgana, but other than that, or cherry black Morgana, I call her. But other than that, I don't think I have hardly anything from the old days. I don't have the Bedrock Boogie. I don't have the what else was I keeping? I don't have I don't have the swine flu. I don't have a bunch of different stuff. So really interesting to see. Although swine flu arguably was more a little bit more kind of chemically, it was a little bit more like asphalty or whatever than the other stuff. But yeah, I don't have that one anyway. So anyway, new stuff that I have is a lot more gassy. It's really interesting. I still have a lot of sativas. I still definitely love, kind of sativa leaning stuff. I've said before, I love weed that makes you just kind of giggly and happy and goofy and cheerful. But honestly, I have a lot of different stuff now, and it's kind of funny to me how some of the strains that people associate with. I'm just looking at my clones over there on the freaking or whatever. Just they're sitting over there in a little bit of light. Anyway, they're not planted. I just basically have them in rock wool, so it's super not ideal situation. But that's okay. They're happy. What was I going to say? Yeah, like OGs. I have a few OGs now, a few different gases. Oh, I guess I was talking about like cheetah piss. I really like that cheetah piss. Uh, Good breeding. However it was created, and whatever the dumb backstory of the freaking. I don't know. We don't have to talk shit about them because they're probably nice people and stuff, but I don't know if they're nice people actually with all the lawsuits surrounding them. But anyway, uh, cheetah piss is nice. I have to be honest. A couple other cuts that I've had from them have been really nice. Someone here locally has Gary Payton. I've like resisted getting that for a long time, and I'm like, oh shit, I should probably get that. That's actually kind of good. Anyway, babbling like a crazy person, but since no one else has hopped on, I guess there's no other talking. So, folks, expect interesting things in the future. I think I'm going to be taking different directions for sure. Certainly, the Jack the Ripper run that's basically coming right now. Basically, it's in the works. Is going to be different, I think, from a lot of the stuff that you guys have seen before. I mean, not different in the sense that I think that Jack is really um, very much in my wheelhouse of the flavor and the effect. I've said before that I really loved all the Jack the Ripper crosses that Sub sent me. I liked them actually better than the Space Queen crosses that he sent me, and I like the Space Queen crosses plenty, but the Jack the Ripper crosses always hit harder. Always were a little bit greasier. I found just really up my alley, honestly. And fuck was I trying to say? I know that lemon is not always everyone's favorite, but I think a lot of people give it a bad rap, to be honest. I think a lot of people's favorite weed has a surprising amount of lemon in it. Number one is OG, probably the biggest thing that everybody talks about all the time, or sour diesel for that matter. They both have limonene in them. A couple of the most powerful and popular strains or cuts that you could possibly find. They both have a substantial amount of lemon. So anyway, long story short, I think people oftentimes forget that actually they really do like lemon, just in smaller amounts. Perhaps they don't want lemon tree back cross or something, right? Lemon tree back cross would be up my alley, but I know a lot of people wouldn't enjoy that, so that's okay. Anyway, different strokes for different folks. Anyway, going to be interesting to see what I'm able to come up with in the future, and I hope you guys will come with me. I hope you guys would visit fumidoro.com, please. It's been a very difficult, very, very difficult last year, from losing my garden to moving it to a new place to not knowing if that new place was real. Now I'm going to have to, well, I get to hopefully in a few months move to my own garden again. Hopefully, if everything works out. But thank you, some of you, for sticking with me. I know that some folks have moved on to bigger and better things, and hey, that's okay. But in the meantime, I know some of you guys are waiting for what comes next from Fumidoro, and I really appreciate that. I hope you guys would stick with me in the future. I would like to think that the chaos and disorganization and all this fucking nonsense in the sort of breeding program will be resolved, basically, right, when I get to actually have a permanent base for the garden again. Anyway, it is what it is. Life happens, and you try to adjust if you can. Anyway, so I guess I'll hand it off to D here in a second and say hello to the folks in the chat. Hop on, folks. Seriously, we're already 10 minutes into it, so we'll give it a little bit longer before we cut the ripcord here. But in the meantime, shows for you. Literally, the show's here for your sake to basically talk and have interesting cannabis conversations and, I don't know, catch up around the world. We've had, gosh, international panels, honestly, even not just the audience, but we've had people from, Captain 420, of course, out in Thailand. We've had people checking in from Australia, although maybe not as much recently. Anyway, folks, come in, tell us how things are going, tell us about your garden, tell us what you're growing for the year, tell us what you're looking for. I'm absolutely shocked that we don't have more people coming on here. We have a number of breeders that come on the show. I'm honestly shocked that none of you are coming on here and making requests. It's baffling to me how nobody, not one that I remember, has ever asked North Star, Flora, me, any of the other guys that hop on here, for that matter, Smashed, anybody that even breeds on here, professionally or non-professionally. Not a single one of you fuckers has come on here on the show and said, "Hey, are you guys working on XYZ that I would really like to see?" why don't you do that? Hop on, folks. I honestly wonder sometimes if you're just sitting in the background in a dark room smoking, and that's all it is. There's plenty of places on YouTube or on Twitch, for that matter, to basically sit in a dark room and smoke to yourself. That's kind of bizarre to me, but whatever. If that's what floats your boat, that's cool. Hop on and tell us about it. It's a little bit idiotic that we just basically have to sit here and somehow beg people to hop on. So I'm going to roll a joint. In the meantime, I'm just going to be talking on my phone because it seems like nobody's here. Nobody's in the chat. I wonder if anybody said hello. D, don't tell me because I'm just trying to wonder. Like, is anybody here? I would assume that Crime War is in there, and I don't know, a couple different favorites. Southern VT's probably here already. Bud's probably got given the green light already. Folks, say hello. Come join us. Oh, I wonder if I record up through this little hole thingy. I can rest my phone in a civilized way. Oh my shit!
What are you rolling?
What's going on, D? I am, well, I don't have a lot of options, but I have at least some options. That's a good thing in life. I have probably one joint left of triple burger, but that is when I first started smoking it. I've had triple burger for, I don't remember when I got, well, I guess after I got back from Israel. No, I had it before that. Anyway, I've had it for a while. I've grown it a few times. Yeah, I got it before I went to Israel. I had it for a few months before that. I've definitely grown it out a few times and never really got the sleepy effect. But for some reason, every time I smoke it lately, oh shit, I just fucking conk out. It's really something else. So I've been actually saving it for basically the last joint of the night because literally, I think I smoked a joint a week ago, 2 weeks ago or something when I first got down here, and it was the fucking middle of the day, like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, oh, I feel like triple burger because it's nice and gassy. It's very very flavorful and stuff. It's a GMO back crust, I guess, from what is it, Mamiko seeds or something. Anyway, good breeding, but very very sleepy on this run. Fucking bonker sauce. Anyway, so I'm not going to smoke that one. And basically, I have a little bit of cheetah piss and a little bit of silent work. I don't know. And I'm either going to have to make these last or stop smoking or get some more weed from somebody. I don't know. One of those options is going to have to. I think I'm going to smoke some cheetah piss. Let's go for it. And I'm even smoking little joints too. It's really fucking annoying. I'm smoking like maybe half gram joints half the time. It's not right. It's just not right.
Just gotta get some more.
I gotta get some more, buddy. I gotta get some more.
There you go.
But yeah, I might be stuck here for another week. I could technically leave, but it's better for me. I think if I stay here for like we're annoying situation. It is what it is. It's basically with this lawsuit, this guy that's suing me. I found out a little bit more about him. I'm not going to say identifiable things just in case the guy is listening to me, but I found out today he's a fucking loser that sits at home with his girlfriend all day and watches TV. So that's spectacular. Guy's just suing me because he can. He's literally just suing me because he can. In California, I think, is one of the only states that would allow him to sue me for this penny ante bullshit. But how do I put this? It's also one of the few states in the country. I was shocked to see this, where a client can share legal fees, attorney's fees, with their attorney. So a lot of times when you sue somebody or something, there might be attorney's fees provided as part of the penalty or whatever, a disincentive from doing the thing they're suing you for, I guess. But most of the time, the attorney is not allowed to share attorney's fees with you because that would be hilariously corrupt. Attorneys could just basically chug, along on some bullshit lawsuit forever, and then basically give their client a cut. Well, guess what? In California, you do that. So anyway, fuck that guy. Fuck his idiot girlfriend. Fuck the fact that they apparently never leave the house except for to get takeout. Fuck those people. Fucking, I don't even know. It's spotlights. I think fucking spotlights. Fuck them. How would a spotlight fuck you? Well, I hope they find out. Anyway, nobody's hopping on. Legit, nobody's hopping on. All right, folks, I'm gonna roll this joint. I'm gonna start puffing it and see where it goes. See what's going on with you, my friend. What are you puffing?
I am popping on. Well, you know what? I'm getting low as well till tomorrow. I gotta place another delivery order, but right now I got 24 karat gold, and then I got that nighttime stuff. What's this shit called again? Moonbow.
Oh, I've had Moonbow. I actually had the cut to it when I lost it because I was a dumbass. That was actually my fault completely. Um, I don't even remember. It was something mega stupid what I did. It's like a year ago. It was mega dumb. I overwatered it or something. Like I couldn't even believe it. It was the I think I had I don't remember exactly, but I had the cut basically in a tray with other cuts, and I think I just wasn't paying attention. And it was my own. I think it was basically my mother, and I just overwatered it. Dumbass, just a real dumbass thing, and I lost it. The Moonbow number 115, I think it was the archive selected one. It's a nice cut too.
That
Whatever.
is Google Archive.
It's archive, yeah. It's
Oh, not.
their, oh goodness gracious, now I'll forget what it was. It was their Rainbow Belts cross. Oh, that's not right. It was their Rainbow Belts crossed to the face off. That doesn't sound right. Dang it. Uh, but it was definitely Rainbow Belts version 2 work because it had that same kind of runcy terp to it, but very creamy, kind of gassy work to it. What was that crap? I can't look it up right now because I'm still on my phone. Dang it.
I have
Yeah, I could, but I'd have
on it.
to do some bullshit.
Skittle.
You're on it. Oh, it was Skittles maybe to the face off?
Um,
There's someone in the chat's already
my
yelling at
computer
me.
goes
Jimmy, it's
slow.
blah blah blah. Read my comment. Yeah, right now. Sorry, but fuck was I gonna
Skittles cross the
say? That's what it is. That makes a lot more sense. Skittles cross the Do-si-do. And Do-si-do is theirs as well.
And this stuff
It
is
was
good for
lovely.
night.
It makes wonderful hash. What was that, D?
I was saying it's good for nighttime.
Oh, I
Just
bet.
puts
I
me to
bet.
sleep.
Yeah.
Oh,
I would say most of the archive stuff I've ever gotten has been very, very sort of nighttime adjacent. Um, Definitely, there are some exceptions. Like I've read that Oblivion, basically that a few folks, I guess, have. Oh, but we haven't gotten smoke report lately, but hopefully we'll get one soon. Anyway, memory loss to Coot Special on that one, and their memory loss was amnesia haze to their face off. So that's cool. Face off is one of theirs. So not everything they make is heavy indica, but they definitely lean towards indica. A lot of
yeah.
hash strains. They're very big in washing. They do really good work washing. They have, I think, a couple people that wash really well. One, what's this guy's name? Damn it, Bobby, or something like that. I actually met the guy once really, really fast, really
Mm.
briefly, I guess you could say. Anyway, nice enough guy. But long story short, they're really good with hash, and I think they do a lot of work reading for hash, and it shows because I've really been quite impressed by it. Anyway, this actually turned out to be a halfway decent joint after all. It's probably more than a half gram, but I wish it was a little bit bigger. That's what she said. But beat you. But in the meantime, make a joint. I really like this cheetah piss. I hope you guys are puffing on something good in the chat. Hope you guys are. Where the fuck is my lighter? You guys are going to enjoy something good yourselves. Gosh, this show's getting off to a slow start. Holy cannoli moly. Is there anyone in the chat, or are we just talking to ourselves?
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's 15 people watching. Cheers, everybody
Mm,
in chat. Cheers and welcome to Fawn. Deal. Oh, Fawn on my balls. Ah, good name. That's a good one. Fawn on my balls. CDC in the chat. Bug Kilowatt.
very good name.
Green Light, like you said, Fumador. Uh,
Nice.
Billy Martin. Evolve. 024, welcome. T-Ben. Southern VT. I think Southern VT was first. Yes, he was first in the
Mm.
chat. Don't forget, folks, top chat, live chat for your better chatting experience.
Yumi must be psychotic. No, wait, psychic. No, wait, psychotic, psychic. Some shit. Anyway,
Fun.
I saw Beck at the Hollywood Bowl the other day. That was mega fun. What was that on Saturday? Yeah, it was on Saturday. That was super fun. You can picnic at the Hollywood Bowl, so you can basically bring like even in normal seats, like we had normal seats. You can bring basically whatever you can carry. There must be a limit, but we didn't get checked really. You could probably bring whiskey if you wanted to. We brought a couple of bottles. Well, I guess we drank a bottle of wine and some charcuterie. It was baller, and A couple people right in front of us just walked up with a case, like an ice cold case that they just bought at the store and walked up with. It was freaking super fun. So you can sit there and basically drink and I wish you could smoke. I mean, people were smoking. You're not supposed to, but
Yeah,
smoking weed that is. But
yeah,
oh, it was super fun.
yeah. You can always smell it, especially when the lights are out. It's darker. Oh, there's that smell.
It amused me too who was smoking because in front of us there were a couple of like older Asian guys basically smoking. In fact, one of them was one of the guys that brought a Bruzzi Italian beer, basically a case of it, and he was standing there smoking a joint, basically in the shadows. Cracked me up because the dude's probably I don't even know
That's awesome.
65, 70 or something. Yeah, just chilling out like one of us. Anyway,
Piece of beer.
we've been having, well, I guess it's back to just being me now, but friend was down here for a week, and we had a pretty good time. We got to see some of my favorite restaurants and stuff, and do all kinds
Nice.
of cool stuff. We saw a bunch of museums and shit. LA is really a spectacular city. It's always been puzzling to me when I hear people talk shit about California, and especially Los Angeles, because I think 99% of the time it's based on complete ignorance for people having never been here. And God, I don't know. Just every time I come here, I'm just reminded like the place is fucking amazing. Like it's wonderful. Why do people talk shit about it? And I think it really is. It's probably more than just ignorance. It's probably also you know bad vibes and stuff. But dude, you just got to come here and check it out. Like spend the day here. I think most people will have a different reaction. For example, something that's always surprising to people. I told my friend like, oh yeah, LA people are super friendly. And she's like, wait, what do you mean? It's like a city of fucking untold millions of people. And it's a huge area and all this stuff. There's always traffic and da 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 da. And I'm like, oh no, no, people are always friendly. Like they've always been super friendly. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll encounter assholes. I mean, I'm sure, and I've encountered plenty of assholes. For example, Hollywood is oftentimes called Holly Weird. Just today, there was a guy who was yelling, fucking screaming like a crazy person. But I mean, that's you get that everywhere. Honestly, you get
Huh.
mentally broken people all over the place. But generally speaking, people here are super super friendly. If you ever like, if you're trying to get in or something, if you're driving, basically, and you're trying to get in on ramp or whatever the fuck, just trying to pull out of a strip mall or something to get on the street, people let you in. Like they don't even wait for you to ask. Like in other places, like
Oh wow.
you'll motion to them or something, that they wave you in. It's not as ridiculous as it is in Portland. In Portland, people have this like performative thing where they stop for everyone. I mean, they might stop in the middle of the freeway to let you fucking cross the road. They don't do that here because that's just dumb, honestly. But they will definitely let you cross or whatever. Like you never get stuck, unless I don't know, maybe you're paranoid or something, then you'd get stuck. But no, the people are super friendly. We
Sucks.
were at the Hollywood Bowl, basically kind of chilling out before I was about to say the game, before the performance. It'd be funny to see Beck fucking play baseball or something instead of singing one day. But anyway, we're just kind of sitting there on the bench and got to talking with the people next to us. Super friendly. Like people always assume, I think, the worst about LA. It's completely inaccurate. It's one of the
Huh.
friendlier cities, legit one of the friendlier cities you'll ever find. You can talk to your neighbors. You can talk to people on the street. Like literally, all you name it, you'll be at a. We were on the bus the other day, and people were fucking friendly. I mean, literally, it's one of the most friendly cities. It's very surprising because it's such a big city, but it's not like even New York is not nearly as unfriendly as people think it is. It's very, very, very busy. But
Oh.
you'll definitely get some fucking comments in New York. People are not as they don't have as much patience, I would say, as for example people in LA. But well,
I heard. So I guess that puts my what I've heard about LA the rest. I heard like if you honk your horn at people, they'll get out, beat the shit out of you and stuff.
I mean, in fairness, if you honk your horn at somebody, a lot of times people will get out and beat the shit out of you, right? Like that's a pretty aggressive gesture. But no, I haven't seen any fights here. I haven't seen people. We can't hear you, bud. I think you're muted. What's up, bud?
Hey, bud.
Howdy. Yeah, I mean, there's pockets.
LA.
There's pockets,
Hmm.
and LA's got a lot of different colors to it in different areas, and yeah, like that's my experience. There's a lot of happy areas, and there's a lot of other areas that get a little darker, or just you know, people are more on edge.
Here's
I don't
hardcore.
think I go to Watts or fucking Compton or something and
Actually, a lot of those
say hello.
areas have like there are some of the areas that have come full circle. Like when I've gone to Compton over to Masonic's house and been in that neighborhood, that was a neighborhood through the 80s and 90s. A guy like me, yeah, there was no visits to Compton. That was like a death wish. You were asking for trouble. Today it's way different. Some of that element's still there, but no. And what you also see is, like, I guess they call it regenification. Like, I didn't really realize it growing up where I did that had three malls like within miles of each other. It had all those stores, but in a lot of those neighborhoods until recently, they didn't have any of those stores. They didn't have a Target, a Walmart, even a real grocery store, you know. Uh, and it seems like in today's culture, there's still some neighborhoods that don't have a lot of that stuff. Um, but once those things start to be accessible, like even Mace's wife, sometimes like, oh, it was really her and some comments she made about growing up in Compton and yeah, not having to take a bus or drive with their mom all the way to the other side of town to go to these type of stores. You know what I mean? Like, not that it's just an access thing. Some of that in the Bay Area, yeah, that's a real problem because what's happened in the Bay Area because of the economic street life and all that. Some of those companies have pulled their stores out of these neighborhoods in the Bay Area because of the theft and the laws and all this, which then, ultimately that cuts access off to people to
Look,
have
a little bit of
access.
the same thing. A little bit of the same thing has happened in Portland recently. It's been very interesting to see how cities are never static. You kind of assume when you live in a place that it's always the same somehow, but they change and they change relative to each other all the time. Like when I used to come down to Los Angeles all the time, it was kind of it was a little bit shittier place. Honestly, there was more crime. There were more things broken down. There was more garbage on the street. There was more homeless people on the streets than Portland. Now, I would say almost exactly the opposite. I would say that basically when you go to Portland, certainly there are places in Portland that are totally nice and just as nice as they were pre-COVID. But downtown is a wonderful example, bad example rather, of a huge increase in rampant homelessness, drug addiction, broken windows. It was so interesting to me. Actually, it's still interesting. Every time I drive around LA, I'm like, holy shit, there's all these windows. Because in Portland, a lot of glass windows have either been broken and then replaced by plywood because it's been broken a couple times and that's really expensive, or they've just boarded them up preemptively. Like the Apple store has only recently in Portland taken down their Beirut style fucking military fence. They had this crazy military fence with barbed wire and shit. It looked terrible. I don't know. I don't even know how people shop there because it looked like walking into a prison basically. And they had that because the Apple stores are all glass, as you all remember, right? Like it's literally fucking glass houses, right? So bad place for a business to basically get where businesses are getting all their windows broken. Not here in LA. Somehow I'm driving around everywhere, like huge glass panes, not a single freaking problem, and not no boards on the windows. It's been very interesting to see the switch over, basically, how Los Angeles has palpably gotten nicer and safer, and Portland has the opposite, gotten worse and unsafer.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I
that's changing crime rates or what. I mean, just kind of finishing my thought, Bud. Like, I think all these different neighborhoods have changed a lot, honestly, because it used to be you still have security guard basically in every business, restaurant, and so on and so forth. But it used to be all the cash registers were behind bars and so on and so forth. You don't see that anymore. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been in LA my whole life. Yeah, when I think back, the tension in our city was so raw that it was no surprise we had the riots and the Like a lot of these things that the city went through over its history. Yeah, I would say in my, like, I'm in San Diego, but I still keep touch in LA. Yeah, it's on a upward trajectory. Things aren't that, but there's now you can look at it from another perspective in a couple other pockets of town, and yeah, it's like real upsetting. Like like Capulator. Yeah, he's a guy I known for years. He has a store. It's more in the residential kind of area, West LA, not no Midtown, off La Brea, down by the 10, and a lot of his posts are like, yeah, his back alley, even at times the sidewalks in front of his dispensary. People are homeless, living in like tent cities, and that whole thing develops, and he's real aggravated by it, and has nothing positive to say about the politics, everything. Oh, because he's in this one little pocket, no, yeah, his rent's probably a lot less than it is. Like I don't know exactly. Well, Beverly Hills is an example of like, yeah, somehow like you can feel safe walking around Beverly Hills. They have their own police department. They're not that militant, but oh, they keep the riffraff out, like uh especially if you're like a suspicious type of looking vehicle and you're cruising around late at night in that area. Oh, you'll get pulled over just because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crime rate, but then there's other pockets. Things aren't so good,
Mm.
And what I've also noticed with homelessness, I think there's less that more people are homeless that are not drug addicts. Like there were periods of time in my life, like even in LA, like after the crack epidemic, toward the end of that, most of what you saw on the street, people living on the street, were drug addicts. There were some mentally ill and some, but no. And the truth is, in those homeless populations, there's certain areas that's where all the drug addicts. They have the open air drug market. They're all over in this part of town. The other homeless that aren't into the drugs and stuff, they're over in this part of town. They kind of separate because regular homeless people don't want to be around drug addict homeless people. But a lot of homeless people, they're not drug addicts. They might look a little rough under the like first glance, but no, they're not on the street because they're drug addicts. They're on the street because income disparities in the economic wheels are.
So
I've been saying this for a couple of years now. Welcome, Smash. I've been saying this for a few years now because a lot of the homeless in Portland are not quote unquote. I don't know what would you even describe them as. I don't know, destitute, drug addict, poor, whatever the fuck. Like a lot of them have jobs. I mean, I guess they are poor by today's standards, but a lot of people are, frankly, because I think just today I read. In fact, today I read that the median house price is $505,000 now, $500,000, just over $500,000, the median house price, and that's at 7 point something or other percent interest rate. Because of course, very few people can pay cash for it. That is pretty fucking bad. That's abjectly bad. You have to pay $500,000 for the average house in America. That's pretty bad.
Yeah,
I
and I
mean, I don't have
mean,
to say it over and over again, right? Like,
in a city like LA, you're like, okay, you have a job, you full-time job, it would probably make, I mean, somewhere around 20 an hour. All right, let's just say 20 an hour. Fast food job pay that, Walmart pays that. And then you think, well, that's pretty good, but that wouldn't give you the ability to pay rent, food, car insurance, a car. Uh, no, you'd be like on the verge. You're on the verge. Basically, you probably are going to sacrifice all the things that you think you should have by having a job just to pay your rent and that stuff, right? And yeah, people. That's why when a lot of people find themselves homeless, some of it I think, like in San Diego, they bought all these old motels, and basically a few years ago during COVID had rooms for every homeless, but the homeless didn't want them. They didn't want the rules. They didn't want curfews. They didn't want any of that.
Don't
Because
want it.
like people can basically survive on the street and not have the pressure of like the monthly bills, money. Yeah, they're not looking forward to getting back on that train because they were on that train. They were on that train. They probably, most people didn't just decide, all right, give up, let's be homeless. No, they fought as hard as they could to keep their place and their job and everything. And even with all that, they
A
were
lot of
still
times people forget that a lot of times homelessness is thankfully transitory or transitional, rather, I guess would be a better word for it. A couple of friends of mine, I was shocked to discover after the fact, because I think they were too embarrassed to say anything at the time, through some weird shit, basically became homeless. Good friend of mine, now it's ex-boyfriend, but her at the time boyfriend probably just had a psychotic break or some shit, because I know my friend pretty well. He started accusing her of threatening his life, and mind you, this guy's 6'5", she's like 4 foot something. I mean, literally, just an impossibility in this circumstance. Anyway, he basically milked the system to his nth possible degree to literally get her kicked out of her own house. So they lived together, and she basically I guess he got a restraining order against her with the threats of violence and everything else. And she had nowhere else to live. She didn't know where to go. So she lived on the street for about a month, apparently. She tried to live, I think she said, with her dad, but I guess her dad is a clown. So yeah, she basically lived in her goddamn car until she could figure things out. That's, I think, a lot of people's experience. Thankfully for her, she is not destitute. She has a job and everything else. And when she was able to get things back together, she found a place. Anyway, go for it, Smash.
You'd be surprised how many people live in cars. COVID,
Oh, yeah.
all right. So before COVID, really, the mental health and the drug addiction was really that's what the homeless was primarily made up of. But once COVID really hit, there was a lot of unfortunate circumstances for people that they just couldn't afford. They lost their job. They couldn't get another one. They couldn't afford anything in their apartment. A lot of them, I've seen a lot of stories about kids going to school every day, but they're living in the car with their parents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of times we don't even really, when you think of homeless, you don't think of that population of the people living in, like, because they kind of blend in and are on the move, and they're not the ones with the tent on the corner or in the bushes by the freeway. But like Smash says, yeah, I think we have a huge amount of people, and that's like, yeah, if you have a car, you're not quite all the way homeless, right?
I mean, you got someone
technically homeless, but once you don't have a car, and then you're at this other stage of homelessness, right?
And the only reason for someone to deny city help or funding or whatever is because they don't want to follow the rules. But you got to think about it. Why wouldn't they want to follow the rules if it could get them a roof over their head? Most of the time, it's either they're supposed to take their medicine for their mental illness, or they can't be high while in these places. So you can't use drugs at all. I don't know about weed. That's a different story, but you can't. I think even weed could get you kicked out of some of these places.
No, chances are weed would get you kicked out. Don't forget they've treated weed harsher than all the other stuff for a long time, for many years, worse than heroin and stuff, right? What was I going to say? You have to kind of understand, I think it's a pretty common sentiment, like, oh, well, they don't want to follow the rules. I'm not saying that you said it that way, Smash, but I'm just kind of talking as the devil's advocate or something, right? Well, they don't want to follow the rules. It sucks to be them. They could totally have a roof over their head. But when you think about it, I wonder sometimes if a mentally ill person knows that they're mentally ill. And sometimes that's the case. Sometimes people do know that they're mentally ill. Either they know whatever, they know the symptoms, or they can recognize them, whatever. But in some circumstances, they just don't know. They don't realize it. For example, imagine someone with dementia. they don't really realize that they have dementia. They might, in their better moments, might remember, oh yeah, I was diagnosed with dementia, but they don't understand what's going on as it's going on. Their brain is physically kind of grinding gears, basically. If you think of a car, like the car's just fucking doing broken shit, right? It's not running right. So anyway, how am I trying to explain this? Like, you might not know what's good for you. Many people are their own worst enemy, right? I guess I'm talking in cliches right now, but long story short, like you probably wouldn't know in those circumstances that it is like it's a good path maybe for you to get off drugs. Don't forget, just like with weed, people are essentially self-medicating with drugs. I think a lot of people have the hypothesis. I'm not a psychologist, but I've heard this hypothesis stated that basically certainly my friend who's a doctor has said that all weed use is basically essentially you self-medicating for even an undiagnosed issue, right? A lot of times anxiety or whatever else, right? It's fair to assume, I think, that a lot of drug use is fundamentally maybe a very poor attempt at self-medication, but still an attempt at self-medication for what ails you psychologically and otherwise. And then basically you have somebody saying, "Well, we'll give you 3 hots and a cot if you stop all that." It's not really a big surprise that a lot of people back off. Go for it.
A lot of the current drug treatments, psych drug treatments, like wipe people out. It's not like they have
true.
drugs.
Yeah.
And that system in each state varies, but is broken. So if you were at that level and you need to turn to the system for assistance, you'll quickly find that system is in chaos.
Very much.
Even though it has all this money and all these people that have jobs and it's supposed to be there.
It's at a point where they don't know what to do.
Yeah, well, because there's not one simple answer. It's a very complicated thing. Yeah. And one thing that I don't understand, and around here we have a lot of it, is like people that are retired military or service people, because they have like a pretty solid network but it seems like whatever happens to a lot of people in the service, there's a percentage of them that end up in the homeless population. And like I know from a couple of my other friends that were in the Navy for so many years when they were young or whatever. I don't think anyone in the service should be like at a point they're homeless, but they get benefits. They get, there was a promise made in that deal, but surprising amount of homeless population is from within the service. People
even that, the VA is famously haphazard. They have some good treatments and some good hospitals, but they have some where apparently the dudes are living in their own filth and everything else. There was that whole Walter Reed scandal, which was weird because part of Walter Reed is apparently super fucking fancy and fly.
I've never heard a soldier, and I've had experience with this, come back and say, "Yeah, the VA is awesome." They're always they used to shove pills.
No, I have. I've heard that. A couple old timer friends of mine basically had hips replaced or whatever, and they've literally told me like, "Oh, the VA is great," because they didn't pay a fucking dime, unlike you would in the normal American system, which is shocking always. Like Canadians, they pay $10 for shit. Like there was a post the other day on Reddit. Somebody posted their hospital bill from a birth, and it was like $87,000. It used to cost like $20,000. They used to say to have a baby. Now it's like $87,000. All of a sudden, it's fucking 4 times as much money, more than 4 times as much. In Canada, it's $10.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of giant countries with huge populations that have poorer overall situation by far than the United States that have way less homeless people, right? I mean, I don't know from personal experience, but yeah, like even a country like India, 1 billion people. Oh, I'm sure they have a homeless population, but it's not. Maybe it is so bad.
But if you were homeless in India, you could become China,
so many countries, right? That I think we have like a huge homeless population per capita
Exactly, get up.
like other first world countries. It's like some weird something's not right in the whatever this the the society.
I
Oh,
find it.
interesting.
Just
Go ahead.
I find it. It's hard to find someone that knows really how to deal with any mental health, like schizophrenia and stuff. Like true, like talking through it. Like it takes a really good therapist and a good support system for like PTSD from war and shit. Um, the VA is good for if you're in pain, if you got like your leg hurt and you need to get a cast or meds or something. Supposedly it's easy, but if you need like PTSD help, it becomes like more of a complex
I
problem.
have two friends, both in the VA for years now, fighting pretty. I mean, they're in the midst of losing the battle, but cancer for years, and I've helped them to pick them up over there and bring them. And my other friend basically takes care of them. Uh, from my perspective, there, oh wow, yeah, fuck, he's got every like, they he's not, and he only served 4 years in the Navy once upon a time, but oh, he's got the system's pretty good from my perspective. Um, uh, but like even Flumi was saying, there's pockets of that. Where like that's why some veterans move all the way to certain places to live by a functioning VA system, where in other parts of the country the VA system is totally
nice.
not as good. Now San Diego, we got all four militaries here, between the Navy, the Air Force, Army. Well, I don't know about the Army,
The
but
seaman.
Pendleton, mainly Pendleton, but we're like a Marine. I mean, we're like a military city. Like,
And then the seaman.
a lot of those people are the transplants that came out here as a kid, went to boot camp, went and did their service, whatever they did. And then when they came back, they're like, oh, I'm moving to San Diego because of their experience coming here at boot camp. They come back like that. A lot of Oceanside, a lot of the neighborhood there, and the inner, the regular Vista, San Marcos. It's yeah. If you're on a street and there are in a couple retired military guys as neighbors, that's odd. And a lot of those, like I say, I've met a lot of them. That's even playing poker. Yeah, their life was, oh, I came from Ohio or wherever I grew up, and then went to Camp Pendleton and we went all over the world doing my service. And then when I got out, I moved back to San Diego. So we have like a lot of veterans. So then there's a good veteran system here.
You ever heard of the French Legion?
Yeah.
French Foreign Legion?
Are
you talking about the Foreign
Legion?
Legion?
There with like a background and everything, and as long as you pass, they'll let you in. Supposedly, they give you like a fake name and like social security number when you're in it. But when you retire from it, they have like a castle you could retire to with a grape vineyard and shit that makes wine.
You're talking about the Foreign Legion. That's a really, there's a bunch of really interesting documentaries about it on YouTube. I've seen some really cool ones. You're 100% right. They basically give you a fake name. You can't go back to your other name, and you get a French citizenship basically when you're done. You're a new person, essentially. You're a completely new person, but you basically, they don't allow you to be like a mass murderer or some shit, but basically up to and including some fairly violent crimes. I think in some circumstances, I guess in the past, they allowed murder. I don't know. How do you judge that? I don't know. I guess they have a judgment, but then the selection process is pretty brutal in the very beginning. Only I think maybe 10% of people pass that first selection. Yeah, it's really challenging.
Some of the hardest boot camp you can do, supposedly. It's like up there with when you do like Marines, but when they do like Navy SEAL training and like Ranger training for the Army or like SEALs and stuff, like that is some of the hardest workouts you'll ever get.
They do have one of the coolest assault rifles, though, the FAMS. Oh my god, you love that one in PUBG, I bet, right?
Yeah.
Rat-a-tat. Good way to hit
That was
somebody
what
with
I
100
use a
bullets
lot.
all at once.
It's got the plate top, the DP in PUBG. I love those guns. I want to shoot one in real life.
I mean, let's be honest, shooting guns is really quite fun. Before we say hello to Robert, we see you. I'm not ignoring you there, buddy. God, this fucking headphone buzzing is driving me nuts. So because I'm on my phone right now, I can't share it very easily. So I'm just going to tell you, and you can look it up yourself over at worldpopulationreview.com. Apparently, I just Googled who has the most homelessness by country. Really surprising results. I somehow, I guess, very wrongly assumed that the U.S. would have the highest homeless population, not even by a fucking order of magnitude long shot. Very, very
No, this
interesting
third world
results.
country.
Yeah, straight up. You're on the ball. Smashed. India is the number one. It says here one of the largest issues in India is homelessness. India is one of the two most populated countries in the world, with a natural birth rate that is much higher than China, which holds the record for the highest population in the world. Homelessness is often described at face value. Whatever.
China would be interesting.
Nigeria. China is on the list. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa, also one that somehow everybody forgets. It's a huge economy, but for some reason we don't talk about it that much. And this presents an epidemic of homelessness throughout the nation, they say. Approximately 4.5 million people are considered homeless, with many more not having appropriate access to a proper dwelling that has access to the most basic services.
You got to think, we see some of these third world countries, and they're in huts, and we're looking at it like, oh yeah, they built themselves a hut. That person was homeless. Like, the only reason they have a home is because they took the initiative and built them something.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Like
I mean,
a lot of those huts and cardboard or whatever is the same thing that we're seeing with people on the sidewalk with park tents and stuff.
that's a better example, but yeah, those shanty towns and stuff that you see in the favelas, basically. I mean, the stone favelas in Brazil, for example, that's a different story. They actually built them up. But like shanty towns that are basically shacks, essentially, I think you're right. The homeless encampments, that's a good example. And then essentially when the homeless encampments get big enough, in fact, that's a great example. Let me finish my thought. But let me finish my thought. Let's say, for example, there's a huge parking lot basically at a church, essentially on Highland and Franklin, basically here in LA. Well, they keep it open basically for like Hollywood Bowl parking and stuff. But just yesterday, I saw on the street a homeless encampment basically got built up. Basically, I know because I literally walked that street the other day from the Hollywood Bowl, and then basically walked along there and came home. Right. But what am I trying to say? If that homeless encampment like busted down the fence and the police maybe didn't do anything about it for a couple of weeks, I don't know. Maybe they can't. Maybe they won't, or whatever. Maybe they're preoccupied with something else. Maybe there's riots across the city or something, right? If you gave that homeless encampment enough time to actually kind of fortify, that would end up becoming a favela. And now we're talking about like one of those actual shanty towns that we see in Mumbai or whatever else, right? Like we don't think of it in those terms, but that's literally what it is. It's basically just a homeless encampment that got bigger and then butts up right against the rich people. It's stunning when you think about it that way, I think. Go for it. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Smash.
A bunch of those fishing villages are just sticks fucking wrapped up together in stick houses and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It
Sorry, I
just
talked over, bud.
What's up,
getting back
Captain?
Oh, cheers, Captain. We kept saying we were going to say hello, and then we didn't say hello.
He's driving.
cheers.
What's going on, Captain?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Is it raining?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's like, it was pretty pleasant here, but up in Oregon, it's like 100 degrees today. It's probably not 100 degrees now, but it might still be, actually.
Yeah,
It was 92.
a lot of my friends from up north, they seem to they get a 10-day, they take a screenshot of the 10-day or 7-day weather from their area, and a lot of them it's not under 110 all week. In places like I've been out in the West Coast my whole life and been in Southern California. It's closer to the equator. It was always way hotter down here than it was, let's say, the Bay Area. And there's little pockets. that have their microclimate. But in the last decade, I've started to notice, yeah, the real heat waves isn't down here. It's like up north, like where, yeah, we're talking Mendo and Humboldt and the hill areas in Northern California where it's like a couple weeks above 110. That's crazy.
I bet you
That's
the
crazy.
elevation has something to do with it.
No, not really. I mean, Portland is a couple hundred feet above sea level. It's really not that high. It's just it's in one of those heat. I mean, in the whole country hot. It's basically global warming. That's what it is. It's there's no real sugarcoating now.
I mean, don't forget, at least in Southern California, we had a full-blown long winter, like a lot of rain. And that's all forgotten because now it's the country's in the heat wave and fires are already an issue. Usually fire season isn't really till later in the year. August, September is the worst of fire season. Oh, fuck, there's fires breaking out in early July.
Yep.
Oh no, Danny.
Back to what I looked up here, the homeless by country, because it's actually so interesting. I think that it's worth talking about. So, spoiler, U.S. is fucking 25th on the list or 20th. I don't know. I'm not going to count because it's not numbered, but it's way down on the list, and actually not far above the United Kingdom. So surprisingly, the United States doesn't. No, the United States has about twice as many as the United Kingdom, but excuse me. Number one on the list is Pakistan. Go fucking figure. Pakistan probably has 165, maybe 265 million people. I guess I could look that up here in a second. But anyway, 8 million people homeless. Right behind them, Bangladesh at 5 million. Afghanistan has 4.6 million. That's kind of surprising. There's only 20, 30 million people in all of Afghanistan. Nigeria has 4.5 million. We were just talking about them, but that Nigeria has like a couple 100 million people almost, I think. Philippines in Asia has 4.5, Yemen at 3.8, like on and on and on. I mean, you were right, Smash. Most of these are third world countries. I mean, some of them I guess you could call developing countries on kind of on par with Brazil and stuff. But yeah, Pakistan is poor, Bangladesh is poor. China has 2.59 million people. I mean, it's a fuck ton of people. So I guess percentage wise, maybe that's not that bad. India, actually, the article was overselling it. They only have 1.7, so they actually have less than China. But here I don't have to tell you every single country on the entire list, the United States is only at 653,000, which is still a fuck pile, but way less than countries that are smaller.
That's because India is getting all call center, working call centers.
I bet you if you looked at the money, like how much they get as like a nation for the top four, it's probably so low. There's probably no support for it. You know what I mean? There's no money for support for it.
For what? For what do you mean?
For like home stuff.
Finally out of road construction. I'm sorry, guys. That was like 25 miles of one road, and sometimes the road wasn't a full lane. It was a third of a lane.
Dang it, why can't I spotlight birds? Cool guard.
And just getting back to Canada for a second, we have a thing called OHIP. It's the health plan, so we're covered. We break an arm, we have to give birth. It doesn't cost us anything. But even if we had to get certain medication though, unless you have a medication plan or something like that, you might have to pay for that.
China's communist, right? Or so
sort of.
Don't every Chinese person get a basic like isn't that part of
no, not at all. No, they basically don't have welfare or anything. It's a really weird system. It is technically communist, and the Communist Party runs everything and whatever, but it's capitalist as fuck. It's basically a controlled economy, though. Essentially, it's what do they call it? A command economy? No, they call it something else right now. Anyway, it's basically, I mean, arguably all capitalism is controlled, but it's very tightly controlled by the Communist Party. But for example, the Communist Party bosses, most of them are some of the richest people in the world. China has the most billionaires in the world by far. I think they have like 10 times as many billionaires as the US does.
Like they restrict everything, like websites, like access to the internet. They restrict so much stuff.
Well,
Thailand did that a couple years ago.
the government picks who gets to be the rich person and who doesn't, right? And
pretty much
they've shown that certain rich people, they just took their shit and said, "Oh, you're not rich anymore." Right? Well, I know the one guy,
Jack Ma.
But I keep talking about politics, but like I've been watching both sides of like what's going on right now, and I don't even know. This is going to be another fucking one of those historical.
Both sides of what? The U.S. or what are you talking about?
Yeah, Republican, Democrat.
Okay, here's the problem on both sides. Like you'd think they would both have a very specific plan to deal with what we were just talking about, the homeless. They'd have a very specific plan. Whether they could pull it off or not, at least have the plan. Like what they're, what do you get? What's your plan about this, that, or the other? We've gotten to a point that there's no plan. We just we're campaigning on like a bunch of bullshit. Like, wait a sec, what the fuck are your plans? And neither
with
side
respect, but I would wholeheartedly disagree. I think there are pretty distinctive plans. If we're going to use the sides argument, I can't stand that honestly. That both sides, blah blah blah. Life has more than two sides. There's very little in life that's first of all, there's very little that's square that can be put on a fucking shelf somewhere. If you notice, most things are round and kind of curvaceous, and you have to be kind of nested into something so it doesn't roll away. You know what I mean? Like it's bizarre to refer to things as sides. But whatever. If we're going to use that fucking dumb dichotomy, I think that the Democrats have a pretty distinctive plan. I think that honestly, Biden, for what it's worth, has executed that plan pretty distinctively. And then I think also the Republicans have a pretty distinctive plan. They talk about this Project 2025 that looks to be honestly, excuse me, in motion. Pardon me, just a second.
I've seen that. That's another.
No, it's some scary shit. Honestly, it's basically the end. Spoiler alert! It's the end of democracy. Kind of not a country that I would want to live in. Honestly, I think that's a pretty distinctive plan. They've been pretty out in the open. The dude that's the head of the Heritage. Let me finish my thought, bud. The dude that's the head of the Heritage Foundation the other day was saying, "Oh, so far it's been a bloodless revolution, and we hope it stays that way." Which is about as close to a fucking threat that I've ever heard in my life. That's something else. He's going to be pretty surprised when he finds out the Democrats have guns too. But anyway, I think some of these guys are itching for a fight. No, I think that's a pretty distinctive plan, bud. And I'm not going to tolerate on this show people saying like, "Oh, it's just, it's all bullshit. I don't know." Now, on the other hand, I think there are some really valid criticisms because, for example, I am pretty shit scared right now that Biden is going to fucking blow it. I have to just be goddamn frank. I will vote for Biden if I have to crawl through broken glass if it means that I prevent Trump from being president. That's a sad state to be in, where basically I say like I would vote for a corpse if it meant not voting for Trump. Like there's just not a circumstance that I've ever. I don't care if space aliens came to Earth. There's not a circumstance where I'm going to vote for Trump because I know he's fucking pants shitting crazy. Also shits his pants, but I know he's pants shittingly crazy. I know he's a down to his bones mean person, and that when he comes back, he's going to enact a wide cornucopia of fucking revenge. I'm not into any of that. I'm not into that kind of shit. I'm not into brown shirts. I'm not into that fucking garbage. With that said, I think it's very, very valid, the criticism that Biden should have found an alternative at some point. The Democratic Party should have found an alternative in the last few years. Biden should have been a placeholder president to defeat Trump and then move on to somebody else. But instead, we have these geriatrics who won't let fucking go, and not one of them learns the lesson from any. It's like they're all broken. Let me finish my thought again, bud. It's like they're broken in the head. Ruth Bader Ginsburg wouldn't retire. Guess what? Now she's been replaced by a Republican who removed Roe versus, who basically overturned Roe. Anyway, go for it, bud.
Yeah. Well, here a couple things. Like in my lifetime, I remember like pre Bush, really. The vice president played a pretty minimal role. But starting with Bush, all the way through, there was Cheney. Oh, there was Biden with Obama. And believe it or not, there was Pence with
God damn it, Cheney,
Trump,
not again.
right? Somehow we've had 4 years.
Yeah,
As much as I personally do not support Kamala Harris, mainly because she was she put people in jail for fucking dope. Yeah, she's a cop. But whatever.
It's a cop, yeah.
I'm talking about like my criticism of the Democratic Party, which I'm relying on to keep the fucking Trump out. Just like Spoomy said, what the fuck? Like, even if Biden was to drop dead tomorrow, oh my God, like she hasn't been rolled out. She's not in charge of anything. Most of the appearances he's made over the 4 years, she's nowhere in sight. Like, like, uh, uh, granted, her poll numbers never were that good, but they had 4 years to at least,
seriously,
put some lipstick on the pig, right?
Meanwhile, there are some people who are always like, "Oh, there's no leadership in the Democratic Party." No, there's a couple of people that people like. I mean, you and I are probably going to be a little bit less enthusiastic about Gavin Newsom, as we've discussed. He seems to be kind of in the pocket of big corporate and everything else. A hell of a lot better than some options, though, in this life, and he's got good fundraising ability as a result of that. Anyway, let me finish my thought real quick. Megan Whitmer, fuck, I can't think of her name. Whitmer, I think is her name, the governor of Michigan. She's pretty. She's super smart. She talks fucking real nice. She's a really good governor. She could have been fantastic at this shit. Yeah. Anyway,
even with the reality, and they obviously, the other side took a shot at Newsom and took a shot at Como. I mean, that's why Como is completely discredited because when we elected Biden, he was already old. So we knew this was like our future, and somehow like we're in this spot where there isn't even like the prospect. It's like we didn't even draft anybody. We haven't like cultured anybody. Even Obama, you go back. Oh, when he was a senator, he was already being primed on this trajectory, right? Yeah. All of a sudden,
kind of. People forget that Obama basically had to claw it.
People out there, but none of those people have been built up in a way that we should have. Like if this was a football organization, like they dropped the ball, right?
It's not even like that. It's more. It seems like people are watching the debate as like comical relief almost at this point. Like,
well, that's some of what I was saying is like even the whole thing has become presidents used to campaign. Most of it was making you all these promises that never were going to happen. Okay, right? That was what they would do. They would say, "Oh yeah, when I'm president, I'm going to do this about this about that." We don't even do that anymore. They don't even pretend to have a plan, right? Like, other than this bigger thing, but on the issues that matter to people, yeah, they don't even address that.
What do you guys think about?
Again, I disagree. The Democrats, for what it's worth, have a distinctive party platform and everything. Like all their what do you call it? All their B team players, I guess. No, all their support staff is on point. No, seriously, they have great speech writers and all this stuff. It's
I thought that the last
boomers at the top that won't let anyone go
out. Basically, it threw away all the platform and just says whatever Trump thinks. That's their platform.
Oh, they still have a platform too, though.
Oh,
you can actually look it up. You can go to the Republican Party. They have a platform.
That I'm amazed that he gets away with so much where we don't look at what's happened and hold him accountable. When he won for president, one of his main campaign things, one of the main issues was, I'm going to build the wall. I don't give a fuck if Mexico pays for it. Build the wall, build the wall, build the wall. Okay? You hear him saying he's going to build the wall now? No.
D, we're getting a lot of feedback from you, I think.
Ridiculous thing you ever could have fucking said then, now, or anytime, right? Yeah. But that was his big plan. That was one of the big plans. Build the wall. No matter what it takes, I'm building the wall.
Have you guys seen RFK's running?
Oh my fucking god, Mr. Brainworm.
Yeah, as
Oh, that
much as
guy's fucking nuts.
it would be great if he had anything like, oh, he has the name, but oh, he's so far from like what
I don't even know. I don't even know
I
who he
grew
was.
up as a Kennedy. Like, yeah,
Oh,
he's
been trying to be
I think,
famous
I
for
mean, I don't
25
watch
years,
that
more
much,
than that.
but the real hierarchy of the current Kennedy family that still exists doesn't even support him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's fucking nuts. He's just a weird dude.
If the Kennedy family doesn't support the Kennedy running for president, wow, there's a problem.
Yeah. No, there's no problem. Just don't fucking vote for the guy. That problem's solved. Honestly, problem solves itself.
Yeah. Well,
right?
like, wait, 4 years ago, we knew this was like, this isn't like, wow, how did we end up in this situation? How did we end up in this situation?
It's because
Considering
these
that,
goddamn boomers are so arrogant. We've seen it over and over. We've seen it on this show. Honestly, I'm not going to get into details, but we've seen a couple of boomers act out of pocket, and we have these fucking boomers that I have to be honest just won't let go and retire and enjoy their freaking retirement. And they just have to keep in charge. Nancy Pelosi and others, the entire leadership of the Democratic Party and Republican parties both are all geriatric seniors. Mitch McConnell and all of them included.
yeah,
None of them seem to be willing to let go to other generations. And I didn't think until now that Biden was like that. But now I think that he probably is like that because here he is basically going around saying, like, what did he say the other day? Well, if I go through this election and Trump wins, then at least I knew I tried my best. And I'm like, motherfucker, what are you saying in words? These are not logical things that you say. Go ahead, bud.
Politic narrative. I remember it. I remember going, oh, wow, Reagan isn't with it. Like when the last term of Reagan, oh, history comes out to show there was all these people covering up. He was completely Alzheimer's or dementia. He wasn't with it. Right? Like, oh, but they kept that from the public for the most part, and he completed his term, and okay.
Dude, he
When
scammed
I actually saw the debate, that was like, holy shit. I also watched, he called in and talked. Now, I thought when he did it, I thought it was weird that it wasn't a video of him. It was just him on the phone call to Morning Joe for 18 minutes. And both,
who, Biden or what?
Fucking Joe had a scripted thing. And then there was the other interview he did. I watched a few things. No, dude ain't with it, dude. Like,
you're talking about Biden?
Oh, I've watched a couple of the press conferences where they're saying, yeah, he should take a cognitive
They needed to replace him when he got
need to take a cognitive test because him being president and what he does on a daily basis speaks to it. So the doctors don't think no, dude needs oh, if you really think that you want us to trust you, then you need to take this cognitive test. I don't think he could pass.
You're talking so Biden, Bud. Can you just answer? Are you talking about Biden?
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh, okay. I don't think he needs. No. Bud, let me talk now.
They're much
Bud, you
more
talked for a while.
in the cover up. That Biden is close to like Reagan as far as like Reagan wasn't with it the last few years he was president, right? And
I disagree. Okay, Bud, now quiet time. I disagree. I don't think Biden is demented or has Alzheimer's. I don't think so. He spoke clearly. How do I put this? He didn't speak clearly, but he spoke cogently. We'll say that. He spoke cogently. No, when you listen to the actual words he said, but he got lost a few times. He mumbled. Unfortunately has a stutter. That's a thing that basically people really struggle with. It's apparently one of the most first of all, misunderstood and also kind of most criticized features. Just it's an unusual feature for a lot of people, even though almost everyone knows a stutterer. Anyway, he's struggled with stuttering his entire life. That's a well-known thing, but people forget about that, I think. The truth of it is, though, he is old. Like, that's what we saw. That's what I saw. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, he's old now. And that's a problem. He's not dumb. He's not demented. It's not like he's not with it or some shit. He's just so old that his priorities and understanding of the world are going to be so different. Adaptability,
You
his
don't
fucking
see when
quickness,
he's
his energy
talking,
level, every single
his
step
train
of
of
that is
thought
going to be a
seems to
problem.
be disconnected a little. Where, yeah, he's reaching, he's thinking, and that's where he stumbles and then says like, oh, he's
No, I
talking
don't think
about this,
so.
and
I
then
think
spits out that,
no,
or
I disagree. I disagree,
hesitates
Bud,
and
because
doesn't know how to finish the talking point. Like, oh, those are all talking points. I realize
that's kind of what it is. But I think that's kind of what it was. I think basically the debate prep that they do is it's like cage match. How do you describe? It's like boxing prep or something. You basically prep for the same move over and over and over and over again, and then basically when they hit you with something, you just kind of regurgitate this formulaic response, pretty much, right? And I think he was really struggling with that, with just kind of remembering which pieces to put together from the particular. Oh, he hit me with a left jab, so I got to whatever the fuck, right? That I think came from just being. He apparently had a cold. That did him no
I
fucking
didn't
favors.
remember
A
that.
young person, Michael Jordan scored 50 points one time when he had food poisoning,
Yeah, there
but
was
he was
this
also
moment
32 years
in
old or something.
history when they whispered into Bush's ear, "Oh, they're 9/11," and there's that look on his face,
Tony froze.
right?
Yeah.
And then there's the whole story of like how fast and all these things, and oh, being president, oh, you had to do your job at that moment. You had to stand up and handle it. Yeah, I'm not sure Biden's like, yeah, I know Trump wouldn't, he would fail in that spot just because he's not disciplined. But um,
He has
yeah,
every single problem that Biden has, and then a few more, maybe a handful, maybe a
ultimately,
dozen. I don't even know. It's the
the most
unfortunate situation
important
we're in.
part of being president, it isn't really you; it's all the people around you and the
And
cabinet
in that
positions
case,
and
it's a
all that.
no. See, that's something that we should be pointing out. That basically there's no comparison. Trump is going to bring back, he's going to pardon Steve Bannon, who's going to jail, and he's going to bring him back from jail. He's got several people who he has pardoned from jail, like Michael Flynn, who actually is by all rights a traitor to the country, by the way, for things that you wouldn't even expect, actually, against Russia. He's going to have Stephen Miller, who is weirdly enough a Jewish Nazi. He's going to have some fucking crazy people working for him, some legit
And
crazy
wait,
people.
he actually in
That's a
his
little bit
first
different.
term had some pretty good names that tried to hold the line, right? And
And they all
they
think
all
he's nuts.
they all think he's nuts, and none of them stuck it through more than a year, and
Yeah.
then were bounced out. He had no loyalty to no one. Like ultimately, in the gangster life or the
It's
outlaw
all about
life,
him.
the fact that he threw Michael Cohen under the bus the way he did
Mm.
showed, oh, that was the ultimate move of like, yeah, none of that would have really happened if you looked out for your fucking guy, right? Oh no, as soon as it was like the ship was sinking, he
He
just
cuts him loose.
he doesn't give a fuck about nobody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even the worst mafia boss, their whole thing was built on, oh no, we take care of our own.
Not in his world.
No, like that's like, oh, he thinks he's some kind of fucking mafioso. I've always thought that a lot of Trump's way he thinks, he was very influential time in his life when the whatever the guy, the main mafia guy, Teflon Don, right,
Gotti.
with the suit and the Gotti, right, that influenced Trump. Like Trump, in this weird way, has a fantasy that he's like a fucking Gotti or something, right? Like in his crime thinking, like oh, he's definitely a criminal.
He's always been
Hey, I could
hypothesized
be for a
to be
criminal.
connected,
Like
you
there
know.
ain't nothing wrong with being a criminal, but he's like a con doofus, fuck that kind of criminal, right? He
No, I
just
mean
takes.
he's always had Italian and Russian gambling operations in his buildings and stuff. He's always been kind of on the fringes. He's relied on them for construction and this and that. Like he's definitely had some relations with both the Italian and Russian mob. That's for sure.
Yeah, even all the things that happened, the fact that those who didn't disqualify him and that he didn't get discredited. Here he is again,
Yeah, he's the real Teflon Don.
like
Nailed it.
yeah, he is, to be honest, because holy shit, dude, the list goes on. Like we could keep digging out of the old bag of tricks,
Dude's a
and
no, dude is a legit. He's like a legit prosecuted and like a jury found him fucking a rape. How do I don't even fucking know how to say this. He's a rapist. He's a legit rapist. But nobody talks
like,
about this.
all of it, like so much. Like what? Like even if one or two people were the type that were trying to get money out of him, okay, not all of them. Like somehow he just says, "Oh, they were disgruntled," and then that's the end of it. You just go on, and it's like, wait, something. I can't believe this is how our reality is, because I remember like Gary Hart had like a side dish chick, and like in one day that was the end of his political career. I remember
that.
People like had maids that had their papers, and that was the end of their political. The slightest thing you did, that was the end of you, right? Now we've gone the whole other way, where holy shit, you can prove that, yeah, you can just do whatever the fuck and it won't matter. And that's what a lot of people like that about it, I guess. Like I can relate to that. Like I kind of was rooting for Gotti. Like he was the ultimate fucking gangster, wasn't he? But then, how did it end for him? So miserably in prison, dying of cancer without real treatment, and he died a pathetic man, and his kid turned on him, and all this different shit. So, karma came out. Like
that was the whole thing. That was the whole thing about The Sopranos.
Karma and the good's going to prevail. Yeah, that's ultimately it. I don't know how it's going to play out here, but like, holy shit, dude has it coming to him, dude.
Oh, if there ever was, if there was ever anybody that deserved karmic fucking retribution, I can't think of a better candidate for sure. Seriously,
yeah,
it's something else.
Somehow it's like, yeah, this keeps going on, and all it is like a show. It reminds me of what was the Tammy and Baker?
Jim and Tammy Faye Baker.
Like there was this era where we had the biggest cons were these religious things, and they were pretty big. Like, they got going for years and built all this.
She's still around,
but every one of them faced their karma in the end, right?
No, I don't know. She's still around. She's still fleecing people.
Well, yeah,
a lot of those people come back, man.
Like, yeah, but they've gone through the mill, right? Swagger. There was a whole list of these people. Yeah, Trump is like the epitome of all of those guys throughout all of history. There's always been like the con. He's the ultimate, like he's the pinnacle of it. Like I think history, if they tell this story right 100 years from now, yeah, it'll be, yeah, can you believe this guy, this con man, like rose to the presidency and had the whole world like in this situation for what, a decade or fucking 12 years? Or
it's been a while, yeah.
Dude.
That's the most surprising thing, that it's been such a long time now with him basically dominating the story. Yeah.
And even the craziest thing about Democrats, right? During the weekend, I liked Obama a lot, and I liked Michelle Obama a lot too. And there's like this poll, like overwhelmingly, she's the highest person that polls the best to replace Biden. Well, then people must have not ever listened to her from like day one, because like there's not a way in the world she's ever going to be a politician. Okay. She stated that forever. Okay. It's not, well, maybe we could talk her into it. Right. There's no way. So like that people out of all that choice overwhelmingly pick the one person that isn't even a choice says a lot about something. It's like,
I wouldn't read more into it than she would make a good candidate. I think humans can recognize that people that don't necessarily want to be a leader but have good judgment would make great leaders. And historically, that turns out to be the case, right? Uh, too rarely, probably, because most of the time the entrenched interests basically are in charge. But every once in a while, somebody who didn't really want to be a leader but could have been a good one gets to be promoted. What am I trying to say? It's a shame that she won't change her mind, because actually she probably would make a really good one. Like we would actually have good food in the schools and stuff for a change, right? That was a very worthy cause that for some reason the conservatives criticized her for. But yeah, she's smart enough not to fucking do it.
Well, I know that when ex-presidents leave office, there's a certain amount of money that's big amount of money that's used to like fix their history or to their narrative, right? Bush, yeah, we forget, but like Bush left, he wasn't like even myself. I thought I used to think I hated Bush. Trump made me realize
I'll hate him. No, I'll
I
hate Bush
never
until the
hated
end of my
Bush.
life.
Like to be
Bush,
honest, as much as there were so many things that happened during that time that I couldn't stand. It wasn't the way I thought things should be. At least like I would take oh, bring back a Bush, bring back something like
no,
that.
never in
You know,
100 years.
I'd take that
No,
in a
Bush
heartbeat,
was Bush
even if
was
the Democrats have to lose and whatever. But Trump, yeah, no, I'm sorry. And yeah, I have a few friends, like my partner's still musically, they're in a band together. Dude, we were partners in Brew and all this. He now has a family and kids. My friend Mike, yeah, maybe it was a couple years into the presidency, but like, yeah, I made a choice. There was a time when I was like, oh, he's like a full Trumper, right? Even when me and Gary talk about it, it's like, yeah, because he's a long hair, pot smoking, mandolin playing guy. You like if you looked at him, you wouldn't think that at all. But oh no, he's like whatever, right? And now it's all these years, and sometimes when me and Gary bring it up, it's like so he thinks this still, he's, and then we realize, yeah, even though I know in the back of his mind, yeah, I know him for a long time since he was fucking 20 some years old. He's no dummy. He sees what it is. He sees what it is, but he's he's committed. Like like it, like yeah, like it's like when you root on your home team, no matter how bad they are, they're still your
yeah,
team.
sunk cost fallacy, they call it, right?
Yeah, there's some
For what it's
syndrome like
worth,
that. I think a lot of that is what keeps the polls and Trump even in the game, right?
yeah,
Because I
maybe.
personally don't believe that half our country is that can't see the con and the bullshit underneath this.
No,
It's so
no, for real.
obviously apparent, right? Like, no,
Yeah,
somehow they
you
blind
look at them
themselves
and you
to
can
that.
smell it out 100%.
Yeah,
But for what
like
it's worth, Bud, let me talk now. There has to be a little bit of interchange. Bush deserves plenty of hate, honestly. Bush Sr., I actually argue, and I've always argued, was really not a bad president at all, and arguably got punished essentially when he had to raise taxes because of Reagan's very irresponsible tax cuts, honestly. He got kicked out essentially for something he didn't even really have a chance to do anything about. I think he was actually a responsible president for what it's worth. Arguably the last good Republican president. I would say actually the last Republican president that was any fucking good at all, because Bush Jr., on the other hand, got us into a series of wars that took us 20 fucking years to get out of, ballooned our debt to the point that we will probably never ever repay it, uh, fucked up all the whole Medicare stuff with a big donut hole and just a bunch of goddamn garbage. And let's not forget, basically led us up to the 2008 financial crisis that for some reason nobody else talks about anymore. It screwed a lot of people that I know to this day. I can't imagine it didn't screw a lot of the people that are watching this to this
that's
day,
part of
on
the
and on and
homelessness.
on. Bush had a lot to do with that, honestly. He wasn't the only one by any stretch of the fucking imagination, but he definitely didn't lead us astray. Not to mention, we've heard a million different times how his connections, his family connections to the Saudis over many years of the oil business led them to basically ignore a bunch of really concrete intelligence that something big was going to happen. And then they started to get even more concrete intelligence that it's going to literally be buildings that are fucking attacked by blah, 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 blah. I think they even had some intelligence it was going to be airplanes. Anyway, they ignored it all. There's all kinds of documentaries about this on Frontline and otherwise. Probably the easiest explanation is they just didn't want to be paying attention. They wanted to focus on something else, and they let it happen, basically. A lot of that and many more other things are reasons why I will hate Bush until the fucking end of my life. Not to mention the fact that he stole the election. He literally stole the election with the Brooks Brothers loss, or the Brooks Brothers riot, which is probably the funniest name for a fucking essentially coup d'etat in the history of the fucking world, probably. But anyway, they were basically given the presidency by the Supreme Court.
I've never thought like Bush, he was just a doof. It wasn't necessarily him. He was the prop of like the last of, well, they might still exist in some form, but generationally they passed on. The neocon group, the Cheney Rumsfeld. Oh, there's a bunch of names. These guys go way back. They got in government right out of fucking college and were these neocons. And that's who like Bush was just the stooge for that. Those like, oh, it's who you picked around you that really matters. Oh, Bush had the wrong people around him, mainly Cheney. Like, oh, Cheney, shit, who was really president, Cheney or fucking Bush?
Bush I did like Bush for his Bushisms, though. You guys had that president can speak.
He
funny.
did dodge that shoe like a motherfucker, though. That one time
Yeah.
the Iraqi journalist threw the shoe at him. Got to give him props for that.
We went through a lot of shit as a country during that time. I still remember, like, a lot of my memories is during the 9/11 when he got on the pile and said this. Like, even when it happened, right away, I was like, oh, wait, history has taught you one, if not one thing. Yeah, revenge sometimes is dangerous, right? And oh, we came out of 9/11 basically like, oh, we got to have revenge, right? And
it changed us completely as a country, and we don't talk about that.
Yeah. And yeah, once again, the truth of humanity. Oh yeah, revenge will fuck you up, and it fucked us up.
You know what we don't hear about either anymore? The Boston bombing. Like all the terrorist attacks really kind of get in the media. It's our media system too. It's like a revolving loop of shit, and it's kind of like they don't want to hold on to a story. They want the best news story.
So. I mean, that's human nature too. You can't really, I mean, I suppose some people do get fixated on a football game from high school or something, but most of the time you sort of talk about what's current, and you don't really obsess about, well, I guess everything that I said, I keep finding an exception. Yeah, some people do obsess about things, but generally speaking, we kind of let things drift out of our consciousness and find something new to be interested in. I don't know. I know what you mean, though, that the media basically focuses on the newest, shiniest thing. And I think in a very cynical way, that's why they're focusing so hard on Trump, giving him very favorable coverage and giving Biden very unfavorable coverage. Because let's be honest, at the debate, Trump did very, very poorly, too. Everyone was just very surprised at how badly Biden did. But I mean, let's be frank, Trump did very, very bad. There was a point that I'm not making this up. There was a point that it sounds like he shat himself on stage while he was talking. Literally, it was a wet fart or something. Like, this was not a good showing by either one of these men. Let's be fucking frank. These both geriatric men. Neither one of them did a good job. But anyway, the media breathlessly covers how scary it is with Biden, I think, because they honestly just want Trump back. Because the money never flowed so good. For 20 years, basically, the media was constantly on a downward spiral until Trump came along, and oh my God, everybody clicks on Trump articles. It's a really insidious thing. Like, oh, what did Trump do today? He's some kind of a weird troll magnet. It's really something else. He hacks the inner id of, I don't know, half the people in the world. The half the people love him, and half the people hate him and click on all the stories and click on all the articles. That's why the media loves it so much. It's really something else. I had to catch myself. I noticed, let me finish my thought real quick, Smash. I noticed something with myself that I was clicking on, like clickbait articles. Oh my God, what did Trump do today? And it was making me feel worse. But I also noticed that it was some kind of a little adrenaline spike, and I stopped doing it. And I think that's basically what the media is juicing. They're basically mainlining the ad revenue, I guess, from people. Oh my God, what did Trump do now? Go ahead, Smash.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, and that's it. They have no integrity to anything but the bottom line. I mean, the only way to fix that, which has been an idea, yeah, you can't let the media be a profitable thing. It should be that.
It's funny that like
Like
all
if
these
you look
people,
at ad
people
revenue
support
out,
this
then
guy.
oh, it changed the whole thing, and oh well, since they're huge conglomerates, oh well, that's their give back. Is oh yeah, you have to provide media, but that on a just as a thing, not as a huge profitable business. Because yeah, as long as profit drive the bottom line, then yeah, we're in this
Yeah, but
situation.
it's funny because like he had to go to court and give back money to his like the people that support him because he ripped them off, like millions of dollars.
Trump? Yeah, no, he $25 million because he fucking had the fraudulent Trump University. No, I mean like the list of things that this guy did. It's just he I guess he's just
Yeah.
immune. I don't know. I don't
It's a
know how it
scam.
works, but I guess he's just immune to everything.
Yeah, it is some kind of weird phenomenon because, like, no one's list is as fucking gnarly as his, and it goes way back. Like, I remember there's these documentaries about when he first went bankrupt at uh, Taj Mahal, Atlantic City, and there were these
Bankrupted a casino.
generational contractor businesses where they interviewed the guy and was like, "Yeah, we trusted, we did all this work, and." Yeah, he basically stiffed us and we lost our business that was generate like all those people, all these other people, all like it just was like this. There's not a single person from The Apprentice that ever got what supposedly was the prize. Like
Oh yeah, I forgot
that was
about
all a
that.
big scam.
My
Okay.
God.
And that was, I remember watching that show like every week, the whole bullshit. I was one that didn't like the celebrity one because the first few seasons when it was like the real business ones. Well, I mean that guy. I appreciated that guy, Mark Burnett. He made good shows. Like that was during the reality TV boom, and yeah, that is a lot. That show and that thing is what created the situation that Trump's in now that he's president. Without that, no, that shows somehow, and oh, it's proven that it was all bullshit. Like anything TV could do. Like the Trump Tower, it isn't all gold. It's fucking spray painted and
Yeah,
all
it's
this
super
stuff.
tacky and cheap. Yep.
It was all just the bullshit. Okay, but somehow most people that I know that support Trump, the main thing they say is that he's such a great businessman. And I'm like,
He's not.
on what term is he a great
Yeah,
businessman?
he got all his
Like,
money handed to him, and he's fucked up almost every deal and ripped off everybody on his way there.
ripped off everybody he's ever done business with. Like, how the fuck is that a good businessman?
I don't know.
At this point, like I know that there's a loan at the bank that's the one that's backed by Putin's fucking home machine. He hasn't made even any interest payments on it since he became president. It's like in total default, and it's close to $1 billion. And somehow the douche bank can move on him, but they choose not to because they didn't really loan him the money in the first place. That's how Putin got him the money, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. And even in that debate, didn't he make promises that the I think he might have even said the war in Ukraine will be over before I even take office. And these hostages, I'll get them back before I even take office. Like, oh, so you already know that you're going to get this from Putin? Because it seems like, oh, once again, and Putin's
Yeah, he
backed up
slipped and
against
he
the
mentioned how
fucking
he was
wall
talking
for
about
real.
Ukraine basically before the war with
Yeah,
Putin. The only way you would be doing that if you were
obviously
fucking
Putin
Benedict Arnold.
got Putin backed up against the wall here a little bit, and Putin's only way out is if Trump becomes president.
Yep.
And wait, we just dismissed all the findings that the reports and the investigation showed. Yeah, looks like he was in cahoots with Russia in the previous election. Okay, like with Putin, it seemed to be some shit going on there, right?
Oh,
and now that Putin is in even a worse situation and needs Trump more than ever, you don't think that there's that? Oh, we're thinking, oh, he's going to do the same thing with bots and all. No, that shit's over. Who knows what they're doing now?
Oh, they're still doing the bots, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, all that shit came out, and somehow we just forgot about all that and moved on. But yeah,
I didn't forget about it,
It's
but
been-
yeah, they certainly
it's
don't
been
talk about it in the
proven.
media.
It's been proven there are Russian actual bot farms that will go on random videos and comment hate and get into arguments with people.
Well, they do it all the time on Reddit. Actually, the Justice Department just announced they shut down 1,000-person bot farm a couple days ago. They're still around.
yeah.
I think they're more than ever now. Shoo! Just harvesting 3 plants Saturday.
Say it again.
I'm harvesting 3 plants Saturday, and then I
Right on.
just put 7 into flower like a week ago. And I just popped a bunch of seeds again. I gotta go check the outside. We've had storms the last couple of days. See if they're still surviving out there.
My outdoor plants apparently are doing great, and there was much surprise. The caretakers were like, "Oh, they're gonna die in this 100-degree heat." And I'm like, "No, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. You know, like as long as the roots are good and you water them, you know, they'll be fine." And sure enough, the roots are healthy and they've been watering them. Plants are loving it. They don't care. Like honestly, weed plant. Oh, I didn't even notice that he just left. Weed plants can take 110, 120-degree weather sometimes. Make sure that they're well watered.
Yeah, as long as you got water going through them.
My room 1, that's 4 trays. It's 80 plants basically. It comes down this weekend. I don't know exactly what day. Before the 13th. Okay. I started noticing that the room felt a few degrees warmer a few weeks back. Then, maybe over a week ago, there was this weird rumbling. The split minis are on the roof of the building. Weird rumbling, and there was a code on the one unit. Took a day or two because we had to get this ladder that was at the other place, get up on the roof. Yeah, this washer, yeah, I've probably already told this story, but basically the fan has like a thick washer where the threads only go so tight, keep the fan from wobbling. Counts on this washer that only in 5, 6 years was like worn paper thin. So we found some other washers that put 2 washers in there and tighten it up. So maybe for like a week, instead of the room running peak temperature with lights on, 83 usually, it was 88 to 89 for a few days. Slaps that always gets like super dark leaves at the end and black, purple, and all the other colors of all the other ones. Yeah, not so much because this was in the finishing weeks of that room. Then, yeah, you have this weird trellis thing with bamboo sticks. And usually once the plants are up in it, they can grow all the way. They never like fall over it toward the end from weight. Yeah, we got the AC fix going on it a week ago. Oh, and just right away, I see some color back developing on a couple of the strains that get purple. But a lot of the plants like leaned onto each other and stuff. And yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, those few days, which was probably closer to like a week, that took us to fix the thing. Yeah. Like that changed the batch. Like ultimately it's a good batch. I don't see it being like, oh, it didn't come out good. But it won't be one of the better batches just due to that happening. And now if that happened in the first couple of weeks, it probably have less effect. But that happening in the later weeks, it'll probably be that weed would be less terpy too.
I had
Because
to put a bunch of yo-yos up yesterday because I walked in and my plant was up the night before, like standing up fine. I had a couple bamboo sticks and they were leaning up against them. But overnight, the whole plant went.
yeah, I have yo-yos in place. We hardly ever use them. And then even though I could get in there and lift up the ones and put on the yo, yeah, I think I caused more disruption. It's only like I say, a couple more days. And now, all right, they're leaning on each other a little. They'll be all right.
I just pick up the biggest buds and put them upright.
Well, this all depends on what scale. If I had a smaller thing, it'd be easier to hook up a few. But it's this whole tray, and then you got all these yo-yos. But they're there. They're like hanging right up above the lights. I could just I don't know. Like my partner, when he sees it, will say, "Dude, why didn't you put them on yo-yos?" Oh, I just didn't. And I mean, I've already just absorbed it. But one of the tray has 18 plants on it. 4 of them basically died during that 89-degree thing. And they were the 4 garlic butter, or I kept calling it garlic breath because it was GB, but actually I found out it's called garlic butter or garlic
batter.
It's some strain like that. That I didn't keep clones of it even because it's stretched. I don't know. I didn't think it was that good, but it, like we were talking about. Oh, it didn't like that. And 89-degree temperature in the room. I don't know what the leaf temperature is under the lights. It's probably a lot hotter than that.
I need to buy some new humidity and temperature.
Check on the 1s and 2s. Know what I'm saying? Sandy Wriggler.
I'm just gonna get a couple of those.
Folks, this cannot possibly be the only people interested in discussions right now. There's no earthly way that there's literally no one willing to hop on here. If you guys would like to hop on here and join the conversation, all you have to do is ask nice in the chat. I'm sure Dee's reading it. I'm sure other people are reading it. Could you just ask and then hop on here? Seriously, tired.
Can of worms.
I'm trying to do like wet. That way I can actually sit someplace.
That was
That's going to Maine on the 20th. trying to go down to Cape Cod and go fishing, like really bad. Well, Blizzard's Bay. I think at the end of July, I think I'm gonna try going down there and go fishing. Get my salt water rod out and stuff. I'll go to the beach. I haven't been to the beach in a long time.
I go to the beach a few times a week.
I used to when I was a kid.
A lot of times I don't even go all the way down to the beach. I just stand up on the bluffs, smoke a joint, and mainly listen to the sound. Like there's like 10 or 15 minutes of hearing waves or the ocean noise. Always like clears my head. I yeah, it's like 15 minutes. Sometimes
I mean, I could go to
I'm
Boston.
already down there close for some other reason, and then I'll just revert and go to I have a couple different spots. It's easy parking and can access the beach, but I love the sound of the ocean. Something about that sound. Actually, when I watch surfing, which is every event, it goes on for days. When they take their like little commercial break, they don't play commercials. They have this like it's like 30 seconds of ocean sound, waves. And I've realized because a lot of times I'm just listening, kind of watching. Next thing you know, I fall asleep because whenever that wave sound comes, it'll knock me out. It puts me to sleep, and then I'll be all bummed I missed like what the fuck? It's over already.
The
I
X
missed
Games.
the heat or whatever because, and I'm thinking, yeah, if you were the broadcaster, wouldn't you realize that people are falling asleep when you put because it's what do you call that AMSR or something? I think that's real. Like um uh there's noises and stuff that puts you to sleep. Ocean sounds is
Yeah.
one of them. Nature sound. My wife had this it was years ago clock that she could have on this mode that had like pre-programmed different nature sounds. And she'd put it on before we would go to sleep.
This is deep. This is deep. This is the wave sound. We have
Yeah.
a wave machine.
Yeah. Kind of
I used to
real.
go into Boston a lot. There's, like I said, there's a 24-hour bakery and the um, like aquarium. You can walk up and see the seals, otter seals, one of those seals. I think they're harbor seals. And then they have something right outside, an animal display. I want to say seals, but I don't know. They had, I think it might be otter. Yeah, fucking. Is it penguins? It might be penguins. I gotta go look. I'd have to go back and look. Anyways, go down the street. If you ever watched the movie The Departed, there's a scene uh where Jack Nicholas is like standing underneath a brick structure and there's like angels walking by and they're like at the harbor. There's a like you can go. It's Boston Harbor. You go to that spot and just kind of hang out.
Or she smells like a harbor.
Really peaceful at night.
I was going to say Smash, I was muted, but my money is on aquatic giraffes.
Dude, I don't know why, but this giraffe keeps popping up on my like feed. He's like 30 days old and he's already like 7 feet tall or something like that. Those motherfuckers come out at like 3, 4 feet.
Mhm.
It's crazy that like you never really think about it, but giraffe is such an interesting animal. Their neck is like they're huge, they're big animals.
They are, yeah. I saw giraffes at the zoo. I don't know what was it, 3, 4 months ago or something. They are enormous. Honestly, you forget how big they are. Nice. But no, the fuckers are what, 20 feet tall or some shit. Like they're gigantic. Those fuckers. It's kind of comical, but they can run and stuff. It's really bizarre to see.
Yeah, I was at the zoo over here in San Diego years ago. They came up by the enclosure. Yeah, when I saw them up close, I realized, enormous they are, and they're trippy.
They probably weigh 500, 600 pounds.
Oh, easy.
Maybe
Mm. Not as much as your mama.
Oh shit.
And Joe Rogan, and he was explaining like I don't think there's a Bigfoot, but I do think there might have been a Bigfoot. And he showed like this old species of like monkey, and it was like 7, 8 feet tall, and it looked like Bigfoot, like every description. Supposedly they found
Well, you can
actual.
get easier than that, honestly. I mean, we've never really had monkeys in North America, so that would be pretty. That would be a pretty wild one right there. Joe Rogan is kind of the world's foremost idiot, in my opinion. But what was I going to say? We did have. I just saw the other day. I went to the La Brea Tar Pits. Haven't been there since I was a kid. They had they're extinct, of course. Ground sloth. I mean, I guess they had them all with plaster and shit, but they had ground sloth skeletons, basically.
Yeah.
The fuckers were enormous, honestly. Supposedly, avocados. How does it go? Avocados were one of the primary food sources of ground sloths. And when the ground sloth went extinct, the avocado also should have gone extinct because nothing can really eat a fucking avocado, apparently, except for people. Anyway, it was kind of comical to think about that, honestly. But anyway, ground sloths would build these like gigantic or dig these gigantic tunnels underground. Anyway, the fuckers were enormous. They were like 600 pounds, like totally furry. Like they basically look like Bigfoot. So if you can imagine, and they were around like 15,000 years ago. So if you can imagine, like, I don't know, some Native American guy walking around, seeing basically a ground sloth occasionally walking on hind legs, that would look like a fucking monster Bigfoot something or other. That'd be a hell of a legend.
People don't realize bears too when they like black bears and brown bears they walk on their hind legs at some points. And bears like some of the grizzly bears and stuff. Fuck, they stand up 7 feet tall.
Yeah, bears are a hell of an animal.
I just think it's interesting we don't know anything about like, and we're still finding species we think that are extinct are still being found today.
And there's probably species that have been extinct that we don't even realize are extinct yet.
Yeah, we haven't found any bones or elements or whatever. Very true.
For that SR.
Like I honestly think there still could be some really giant creature. Like there is some giant creatures in the ocean. Like what's the blue whales, 20 feet or something like that.
Or wait, they got these giant squids and
Oh yeah, giant squids are huge too. But I still think there could potentially be like bigger sharks than great whites and stuff.
well, we hardly know anything about the ocean. I think we might have know more about space than we do the ocean.
There's definitely there's definitely
They're roboting your cat.
eat great fights.
Yeah, we got the Captain
We don't
Roboto.
even third. Sorry.
You want to know what's cool? I seen a video of orcas hunting sharks, and it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, they're nuts. There's nothing in the world that is as much of an apex predator as the orca is. Basically, orca preys on everything, and nothing preys on the orca. Whereas even polar bears have some, I guess polar bears maybe is probably the best example now that I think about it. But other than polar bears, I can't think of anything that's as dominant. Sharks get preyed on by fucking orcas. Tuna
Yeah, but the thing
preyed
with
on
the
by
polar
orcas.
bears is if they get put, if they're in the ocean or they break through the ice, they're done.
Orcas prey on polar bears. 100%. You nailed it. Actually, yeah. So the orca is above all.
Don't they use like a technique like where they work together and get
They
all
can
the fish?
bubble
They're super smart. Yep.
Yeah, they're smart as fuck. I'm always amazed, like how, like even though I'm so against SeaWorld, which is a thing down here in San Diego, but oh, dolphins are like, what the fuck, dude?
Dolphins are cool. Yeah, belugas are really cool. I think the beluga whale.
Can't do it dolphin.
I mean, candidly, we shouldn't even combine that sentence that SeaWorld, blah, 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 and then dolphins are cool because fuck SeaWorld just from the beginning
Yeah.
to the end. But on the other hand, now that we fucked
true.
SeaWorld, independently, dolphins are super cool.
I mean, as a kid, it was cool. I think aquariums are cool if it's like rescue missions, like. But
That's
I
the
don't know.
problem. SeaWorld is a machine that abuses animals, for money. That's not cool at all.
No, and
Next.
like, oh, it survived. Like, it survived. It was close to maybe finally shutting down, and they've changed. Like being in San Diego, I know these things because they spend money trying to make their image, clean up their image over the years, and there's so much other wild. Like, oh, if a seal's injured, oh, who comes and gets it and has the money and the facility to rehab it and put it back in the ocean? SeaWorld backs it. Oh, they spend a ton of money on all these things, um, trying to fix their image, like basically. But yeah, they're bad.
We got an aquarium.
Something like you can't, yeah. Zoos are ultimately like, yeah, we used
Zoos
to have
are shitty, but
I had a contract with the zoo during the butterfly exhibit that she would provide so many chrysalises during this period of time. So we'd have like 2 weeks where we'd be at the zoo a couple times a week, and that's when I'd walk around, check it all out. It always left me sad. It's like, yeah, the most majestic animals, and even though they have whatever closure, whatever, no, that's gotta suck. That's like, yeah, that'd be like going to a jail and just walking down and looking at all the people in the jail cell or on the yard.
No, that's what it is. I think because you especially have that experience of having been in jail, you probably know how awful it is. Like it doesn't matter if the fucking walls have gold cuffs on them or some shit. I don't care how nice your jail is; it's still a jail. And so, for example, those animals, like you could say some great things. Apparently, a German zoos or something. I think it's like literally German zoos saved an entire species of parrot that doesn't exist in
there
Venezuela, and
are
they've now
some stories like
reintroduced them and stuff. So there's tons of positive stories about zoos. I mean, fuck, we're not dumbasses here, right? But you have to remember that these are basically prisons for animals, and there's just no way that those animals are happy and fulfilled in a fucking prison. Again, like it could be the nicest prison in the world. It's still a fucking prison. You're still basically imprisoned by somebody.
Yeah. But okay, some of that there's a minuscule part of it that's good because even how some species are being kept from extinction is through those programs within the zoo. Like there's a couple animals that if it wasn't for the zoo breeding them that then have come all the way back, like to where they then got them back in nature and they're slowly. So I don't know. I guess
I think you're doing it with a turtle species right now. Supposedly, there's only like a couple Turtle left.
Well, I mean, I think it's one of our fundamental mistakes in humanity. So many years ago, thousands at this point, yeah, we like, instead of like looking at ourselves as being part of all the animals, we made ourselves like above all the animals, right? Like they're just for our use, whatever, right?
I think it did change.
Hunting, they don't mean shit to us, really, right? Like, oh, recently there's some people that think different, but for a long time, yeah, we didn't give a fuck. Like, if we wanted to take over an area and the animals were in the way, well, we got rid of them.
It seems like in like the 2000s, like late 2000s, even zoos were trying to really start changing their images and trying to like habitat and protect animals because everyone knew they were fucked up. Like people really started to look at them and be like, well, why don't
even though nothing big really has changed, but as an environmentalist or someone that's always been that way since I was a kid, I think more people are that way than ever before, right? Meaning people care about these things, even though, oh, what can we do about it? That's a different story, especially if it comes to like money and all that, the politics of it. But people are like more aware, like recycling, uh, doing their part. More people are like aware like that. Like I grew up
I
in the
think we
60s where basically people just threw shit out their car. Like that was just how, like if you went out to the desert or a ride, like there'd just be shit out in nature. Like, cause that's what people did. They didn't even give a shit. And now, oh, if you left some shit there and people were like, hey, aren't you going to clean up your beer or what?
no, people are still fucked up. Have you ever seen what a festival looks like after,
Well,
or
the
like a big
festival
concert?
has like, don't ever forget, but they have to put the place back in a certain order and they spend money in the days afterwards doing that. I mean, even that Burning Man, even though there's like protesters that go and make these content to show that even after the remediation, that all these volunteers go and they have these fence lines and they try to pick up all the trash. That over the years of
There were
being out there,
protesters
there's like all this
protesting Burning Man.
trash that's out in the area that the organizers always promised wouldn't be. But like once you start having 80,000 people and all their crap, yeah.
So there's a festival in Belgium, and it hosts 600,000 people. One of the biggest events.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have big festivals here that somehow, due to lawyers, liability, logistics, now we don't even have Europe. They have gnarly festivals. All you name the
EDC
genre.
Las Vegas.
Like I see footage from over there, and I'm like, wow, these people know how to party all the way from Prague to here, there. Uh, uh, you see the crowd, the event. It's they know how to party, or they're partying over there. Like we're in like a decline.
I don't know. EDC Las Vegas. Then there's new EDC Florida.
I mean, like even when I was in Vegas in May, that was when this uh EDC
Electric
event, whatever it was
Forest.
called, it, it, it was outside the city of, the strip and all that, but not far. Uh, I think they had 200,000 people out there for 3 days. Massive. Where I'm at the Dead show that has 20,000. Like, as the night wore on and you were out and about in Vegas after the show, you hardly see any deadheads mixed in there because it was all EDC people. like coming back from
they're huge. All the rave scene is huge.
yeah, like when I was in the casino the one night around 2 or 3 in the morning, and because their thing went a lot later than our thing, our show ended at 11. Uh, there little groups of them would trickle in, all ages, and the wildest costumes or clothing, and they were lit. They were like laughing, partying, start gambling. I was like, yeah, it seems like I might have been at the wrong party.
It's an expensive. It's an expensive adventure. I'll say that. Going to one of these shows, you're gonna spend upwards of
Yeah,
1,000, 2,000.
yeah. And a lot of that is like what I'm saying is the liability, the insurance, putting on an
I'd
event,
probably
what it takes to get the permits and to do this in today's world. Yeah, that's why it costs so much.
I'm
And
probably
they're
gonna.
very restrictive. I can remember some of the best festivals I were at. It was like a majority rules. So sometimes there were so many people that there was like they had realized, oh, they didn't have enough security or authority to do anything. Oh well, just let it go. Right. Oh, the next year when they did it, they had changed things, right? But there were a few things I went to that were just wide open melees of partying for days, like, and everything went good because people ultimately are good. Oh, there's also mixed in there the times when it went bad, because also sometimes without controls,
If
people
there's drugs,
get
there's
stupid.
there
I
needs to
mean,
be a meth tech.
it's like it's just human nature, right?
If I were to go out to Tomorrow World in Belgium, I would probably end up just doing one of their VIP packages.
Never,
Hey,
never land.
flight and then a place to stay.
So one of the bigger shows is in Belgium.
Mm.
Like my friend who's here, I actually have the shirt she gave me from Brussels. Uh, I've known her since '80s, and she's from Brussels. Uh, like the things she says about life there and how like depressed the people are. Like she's lived here in the last 40 some years, 20 years, and been stuck back in Belgium. Like her life, oh, it's worse. She hates it. Even when I met her in 1981 and she was just 20 years old, uh, she hated Belgium. Like what it stood for, like, oh, she's like other countries in Europe, she's down to, but she hates her own country. And like, I could go into all the things like why she says it's that way, but it's like, says it's like a dark place. So I'm surprised one of the bigger events are there. Because Belgium is a little, I guess, conservative, or it's what it is. It's Belgium. I know that some of the best events are in like
It's coming up. It's coming
Prague,
up on
or
19th.
there's like these Eastern Bloc countries that are like the party zones of young people.
Look at all the tickets are sold out already, and the show is like a couple weeks away.
Huh.
They got a whole bunch of different like sections and packages and stuff. It's literally like a whole trip.
Well, yeah, you're talking probably to do it right. Well, you couple like 10 grand. I mean, but that's like, oh, bring somebody two, like two people makes it more economical than just one when you're traveling that far and lodging and all that shit. Uh, but yeah, flights and 3 days at an event and da da da. Yeah, you could probably do it for five. maybe 10. That's a lot of money.
So yeah, look, they have travel partners and shit from different countries that and so like you can buy a ticket that includes your flight and everything.
Yeah, well, they have the same thing. We've had it like the Grateful Dead themselves had a company that started so many years ago that now it's a private company. Uh, CID is what we call it, but that's what they do. They sell packages. So for any shows, they have hotel, but they give you merch posters that are like top quality, that merchandise that only they make for the people. Uh, how I ever know about it is a couple of my friends that are rail riders. They also have a thing where if you buy the floor ticket through their thing and pay a premium, oh, it's a premium, you get let in to the venue 15 minutes before the regular people. So in essence, over the last 10 years, because of this
Yeah, it's just
company,
VIP.
the the rail is really not like open to the public. It's like sold off in this business arrangement, which I'm sure the dead get a partial amount of that money. But for all the years since '78 for me, the rule, I didn't care what venue it was. The first people in line, they were the first people that got in. And that was like a huge thing. A lot of people would literally leave the show before the encore and start the line for the next show. So I can remember so many times coming out of the show and looking, and their line was already started. They were already hunkered in, and there'd be this venue would have security, and people be lined up at least the day before, right? All early morning, all the way to the show, right? Now there's no reason to do that because they already sold it to these other people that paid like triple price, and they're going to get into the venue 15 minutes before you are. Now, if you're friends with those people, you're set.
Yeah.
But they pay like if the ticket's 300, well, the dead
That's
tickets
the
for the
VIP,
floor
the
of the spirit,
VIP
$395 base. That means they probably paid 12 or 1,000 or 1,200 to get it let in 15 minutes early and be able to like grab the space. The first like 5 rows of general mission.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's like years ago when you'd wait in line at Ticketmaster and get up to the front and be the first person to buy tickets, you were lucky for the same price, whatever the price of the ticket was, you could get third row or first row. It, you just had to be in line. That was before the internet. Today, the Rolling Stones, it's about every 5 rows. When you look at the ticket price on the maybe 10 rows, yeah, they have it priced where, oh, this front 10 rows cost this much, the next 10 rows cost this much, all the way back. It used to be, oh, the price was $32.50, and some people scored the best seats ever. They were the lucky bucks that got on there first or got in line first.
All right, I gotta get out of here, guys. I gotta be up early tomorrow.
Later,
Today
Smash.
it doesn't work that way. Yeah.
I think that's three.
You guys want to keep the show running? Hop on, folks. rule is quite simple. Just ask nicely in the chat. I can't see the chat, so probably D or somebody will have to approve it and toss the link in the chat. But if you guys would like to hop on, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I might cut this one short. I might make Bud the host or something if he and Captain want to chat, because I actually have to go to dinner or go to the grocery. I missed the grocery store, so probably go to dinner here pretty soon. So that's it, folks. If you want to continue the discussion, you know what to do.
SK, I tossed the link out there. You wanted to hop on, man. Now's your chance. I'm saying.
I'm shooting for maybe trying to come down a little bit later this week, Bud. I'll probably try to DM you maybe tomorrow when I know a little bit more.
That's cool.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see his garden and shoot the shit.
Right on.
I'd like to see his garden. He says he's going to chop. I'd like to see it before it gets chopped. So I better put my foot on the gas. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, man. Oh, speaking of, look at that garden.
Yeah. Looks like he's already made the transition to LEDs. I remember how Bud was saying, "Oh, I'm never going to use LEDs."
Yeah.
Never seen it. Right. Let's see who's even watching.
Foggy in there.
21 watching.
Yeah, man. Cheers, Justin Bean. Viet Yuan. We have 21 viewers watching. Uh-oh. Oh. Now let's switch over to some nighttime.
Well, I might roll a joint, puff it, and then maybe call it. This is probably not going to get any better. Oh, just lost you. That won't work out.
Huh.
Yeah, it's actually going great. Let's make it somewhere on tonight. Where is there's no more in here, but the jar is darker. I can kid myself. Well, all right. If Bud is going to shut off his camera, it looks like Captain's not here. Oh, he's still here. Right.
I'm just outside smoking.
I need to time. Need to try to hook up with your brother. It'd be super fun to go see. By the way, I don't know why I thought the farmers market was over at Plummer Park. I think it used to be, but it's on. Also, I thought it was on Saturday. It's actually on Sundays. It's a good thing I checked.
Hollywood
It's
one
over.
Sunday, and then tomorrow, Wednesday, is Hollywood. I mean, Santa Monica.
Gotcha. Oh, did you go to all of them?
Those two, like,
Oh.
I think it's the same basic. He's been involved with that like the last 20 some years, even longer. Yeah, he's friends with a lot of the influential farmers and uses their product like even on TV sets. One of the popular things he does is like just heirloom tomato onion type set thing, but there's special heirloom like the best tomatoes. This and I know the kid. He's the second generation guy. It's called Tutti Frutti. Like if you ever see a box of Tutti Frutti tomatoes, oh they also produce regular tomatoes and this and that. But yeah, that's one of the things where all the chefs in town come down to get the tomatoes from them. They grow up in Ventura area, north of LA a little bit. It's a good
Fucking fruity.
Oxnard and Ventura. A lot of the farmers market in LA is farmers from up there.
Well, finally made it to my hotel. Am I any better?
What
Nice,
state?
yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, Cap.
Cool.
What state?
The
State
city
of
that I
discombobulation.
the city that I used to live in here in Michigan, because it's actually got the best hotel in Flint.
Thank you.
So you've been driving for what, most of the evening or something?
Yeah, most of the day. I did almost 400 miles today.
Wow. That's wild.
How much of it was in the rain?
Uh 400 and 400 miles.
Wow,
It's rained pretty much all day because of the storm coming up.
oh, all right. Wait,
We're
the
actually
storm
getting
that's
affected by that.
hitting Texas is pushing rain up toward Michigan.
Yep.
We're supposed to be getting rain the next couple of days too from the same thing.
Well, I guess a little summer rain never hurt anyone.
A little summer rain.
Major rain.
Was
You
that kind
guys
of
haven't seen major
middle
rain.
of July to have that much rain, or is that?
Yeah, we get a lot of rain up here.
Cheers, Jess and Bean. Blah.
Sucks though is they used to have smokies. They've done away with them.
What, smoking rooms?
Yep.
Yeah. I think that, yeah, they've pretty much done away with that.
Because when I was selling my house, I had to come up a couple times and stay here. Oh man. So I probably have another 750 miles to go before I get home.
Crazy.
That's pretty far.
1,100 plus miles. It's just a 2-day trip. I spent a couple hours with Smiley today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I spent
How's
about
Smiley
4
doing?
hours with him.
That's cool. Smiley's a good guy.
Yeah. We had a little bite to eat and a whole bunch of weed to smoke.
You ever meet people and you're weird, these are like sound canceling headphones, so I feel all deadened with the sound. You ever meet people and you're surprised by how tall or short they are? Smiley,
Yeah.
for some reason, I thought he was going to be a little bit shorter. He's pretty he's about your height, actually. I
He's
think
a
I
little
knew you were
taller than
tall.
me.
Is he a little bit taller? I think I knew. I
Yeah.
don't know how I knew it. Maybe you pictures, or maybe you were standing. Oh, you know what? You probably were walking around town or something. So I saw. Oh, he's pretty tall and slender. But Smiley, I was a little bit surprised by. It's kind of funny.
I met
My
I met
got a roach.
Bubble Man one time. I thought he was a lot shorter than he was. He's over like
Oh, is he
6
tall
feet
too?
tall.
Is he really? I would have thought he was a little bit shorter too. How funny.
Yeah, he towered over me. I was like this, looking at him,
That's
man.
funny. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
why I would think he was so short, but somehow maybe from how he dresses or something. I don't know.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Screen, computer screen, the camera.
Well, he today made a posting basically promoting and announcing, what does he call it? Legends of Hash, which is a prestigious hash event that he's held at a bunch of places. It's been going on for a lot of years. It's in Portland in like 3 weeks, and he was
Oh,
promoting.
that's right. Oh
They
shit.
still needed sponsored booths, and
Huh.
I've never gone, but I know it's like, oh, you pay a certain amount, which is pretty much, but then there's food and uh, hash bars, and it's like a thing. It's kind of why they had one in LA, but I could have went, but like I'm not one of those heady hash people, like, and it's limited. There's not that many people that can go. And I was like, yeah, let somebody else go that's really into this shit. Because those guys make me
Oh,
like,
it's so annoying when I hear
they're
about
like
that
a
kind of
whole
shit.
other plan.
I guess what I was gonna say, it's selfish and everything, but I'm just annoyed. I'm like, fuck, that's the worst part of the whole uncertainty of my behind the scenes life. Is behind the scenes life is that I've just basically fallen off the radar. I didn't even know that Legends of Hash was happening. I'm not in Portland. I don't know. I probably will be there in 3 weeks, but yeah. And, even if I did have hash to bring, which I don't, what a joke. whatever. Hopefully next year. We'll see. I used to have a tasting group and everything. I let that all fall apart with COVID, and I've never brought it back. Yeah, one of these days, maybe.
At least
I'm sure
you're
it'll be
not
great,
building
though.
from scratch again.
No, I probably will be building from scratch. Honestly, I'll probably build a whole
I
different
am.
group and different name and everything else. No, I will be. I mean, I know what you mean, Captain. But in this case, I probably will have all new members and all new everything. All the locations we'll meet will be different. It'll be completely different. That's why it's been so difficult for me. So it's yeah, that's too bad. It is what it is. I'm sure Bubble Man's event will be spectacular. What was I going to say? Damn, that doesn't annoy me though. Whatever. Hopefully, I can rebuild the garden.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. It looks like I'm gonna have to wait an extra month for my clones. Hopefully they'll be
For
nice and
clones
strong by then.
for clones you're getting from somebody or what?
Yeah,
Hmm.
like my Death Star cut.
Oh, that'd be cool to have it back. I wish I could get that
I
cuvee back that I had.
thought I was getting it back tonight.
Hmm. At least you're going to get it back.
Yep, my friend Buddy holds an event. His boy's birthday is like the day after his shop opened up. So he throws a thing at his shop and kind of does like a little birthday thing for his son, which is cool because it's right before my birthday. So it's my birthday party.
That's cool.
Right
So
on.
in the back of his grow shop, he's got a really nice couch and a pool table. I called the couch for the weekend because it's a 2-day event at a shop. They play music until like midnight, 1 o'clock on Friday. Saturday could go really late because where they're at, there's like only like a mile and a half mile down from the speedway where they held the High Times Cup at.
Oh, that reminds me. What are the two Marley brothers? Damien and what's the other Marley? Mini Marley. We'll call them Damien and Mini Marley. Well, apparently they own High Times, right? Anyway, they're going to play together at the Hollywood Bowl apparently in a couple weeks or something. I just kind of laughed.
Well,
Well, who's the other fucking Marley? What's his name? How do I only remember Damien?
Izzy.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. Or Ziggy.
Ziggy. That's what it is. Ziggy Marley. Yeah. Damien and Ziggy. Is his real name Izzy?
I don't know.
We'll
I
call
thought
him
it was
that.
Aggie.
He'll probably never meet us, so we could call him anything. We can call him late for breakfast. We can call him whatever. I don't know.
Just
I'm
like we
smoking.
talk about all these different types of weeds, but we'll really never get to smoke them.
Thank you,
Oh,
Jimmy.
I hope that's not true. Holy shit!
Yeah.
What kind of weed do I talk about that I won't ever get to smoke? I hope that's not true. What have I talked about recently? Bubba Kush? No, I hope I'll get to smoke that. What did I talk about recently? No, you take that back, Ken. If we're talking about weed, I hope we get to smoke it.
Well, we talk a lot about weed, and physically we're across the country.
Oh, I got you.
Me experiencing your weed or someone else's weed on a show is very slim, even though I do a shit load
Come on, we got
of
Yeah,
some good
unfortunately, we're getting the robot.
Yeah, but like a lot higher chance than it ever was in the past.
Yep.
Like, because amongst the community of all the people in chat and the watch the content, a lot of them, yeah, through whatever means, whether they get-togethers or other means, it seems everyone, not everyone, but a lot of people share stuff with each other, and the genetics. Yeah.
I smoked Smiley's weed. It was good. He's, I think, primarily organic grower. I think he might also grow with some synthetics too, but primarily organic. It was nice,
Nope.
good weed. I've smoked. What were you gonna say? Nope. What?
Nope, no bottled, nothing like that.
Gotcha.
100%
So only
organic.
organic. Oh, that's good to know. Good to know. I also spoke. Oh, now I already just forgot what I was gonna say. Tommy. What's his Instagram? Whatever. Tommy's. You know who I'm talking about. Tommy something or other. Tommy. Oh, I can't remember.
I ain't
Anyway,
helping with
Tommy's
that
weed.
one.
Who else did I smoke? A few people over there in Michigan. Like, yeah, that was actually fun getting to smoke people's weed. Down in California, I got to smoke a few people's weed. Oh, I get to smoke. We were just talking about. Well, I was talking about him earlier in the show. Indirectly with the swine flu, the family tree seeds. He had pretty decent weed. Who else? Couple people. No, it's been fun actually. Getting, I hope, like you say, Bud. I hope in the future we'll get to smoke more. Like I have to save a little bit of my freaking weed so that I can get to you, so we can at least share one joint of mine. I better not run out. I've smoked your weed. I've definitely smoked Bud's weed. A few different cuts of his. They were lovely.
I
Uh,
mean,
so yeah.
I don't really trip on it, but probably 99.9% of the weed I consume is the weed I grow. Like,
Yeah.
so lately, in 4 or 5 strains, well, there's been little amounts of these other ones we've been trying out. But
Yeah.
yeah, sometimes though someone has something, I get a cut or two of something else. Uh, I get gas at this one place for years on Vista Way. I kind of thought it had to be a dispensary. It's called Off the Charts, right? But across the street for years, as I'm putting gas in, I glance over. I didn't know what was going on there, but there's a lot of traffic, right? You go in, whatever. Uh, I should have. The sign's in green, and they have like one of the old medical green symbols on the side of the building. But my other friend, when I mentioned this to him a month or so ago, said, "Dude, that's off the charts. That's like they have stores in a bunch of spots." A couple days ago, I was over there getting gas, and like always, I look over and it's active, and I thought, well, maybe I should just go in there. Like, see, one of the reasons I've never gone in one, because it's not like I'm going to pay $50 or $60 for an eighth of some weed. I don't need weed. But for the last few days, I've been wanting to have Skittles, right? I like Skittles. I don't want to try to grow Skittles at scale because that's not the thing. Um, but I want
For
some.
people who don't know,
And then
it's.
I
I
was
mean,
like, yeah,
Skittles taste
like,
wonderful, but it
I'm
grows
gonna
like
go in
trash
there,
and has super low
and
yield.
then maybe they'll have good Skittles, maybe not. Uh, I'm gonna spend whatever, $50 plus taxes or whatever. Nah, nah, I don't know. I almost went in though. I'm thinking about it, but I'm never gonna go in just to look and leave. Like, I'm not going to waste their time or that just seems weird, right? I remember when we had our business, the people would do that, and me and my wife would always think, yeah, that's weird. They would look at everything and then just leave. I mean, when you own a business, not everyone is a customer, but yeah, I'm the type that I can't see myself going in, looking, asking a few questions, and then going, okay, thanks, and leave. You know what I mean? That would seem weird.
Do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you probably do it elsewhere. I don't know if you shopping for a cell phone or
What do you
something.
think I was doing in Thailand?
But I'm the type that's like, yeah, and what am I gonna do? Oh, can I see that? Or what's that? Or no, I don't want to waste anyone's time, right?
Well, so what you can do, bud, you make them super happy. You just give the bud tender a $5 tip and just fucking look all you want. They don't give a shit.
Most likely, I would think, well, why give them a $5 tip? Give them a nug of some really good.
There you go.
You grow.
Wow.
Watch their eyes open wide. I've never seen weed like this before. That's part of it. It's so annoying to me to go and buy weed that just 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 times out of 100 is just not as good as some shit that I accidentally grew in the back of the tent or something. Like, it's really frustrating. Like, it's I don't know. The only way to compare it is like to a fresh tomato that you grow in your garden, right? And that tomato, it's such a, like, that's the tomato that you would want all tomatoes to taste like. And then you buy a tomato at the grocery store and you're like, okay, that you could call that a tomato. I mean, my favorite joke from Polly Walnuts from The Sopranos is, I guess you could call that a dick when they made Christopher pull his pants down when they were before he got made, or no, right after he got made. Anyway, but seriously, like the tomato you go at the grocery store, probably Tutti Frutti is different, but those guys are actual farmers that they're growing it right? But my point is, like, if you buy a tomato here in California at Ralph's or at Safeway or at Albertsons or whatever, it's never going to taste that good. And people, I think, understand what I'm talking about. That's basically the weed that you get at a store. Like, it's just always like that. Always. I don't give a shit who grew it. I don't care. I don't want to say any names because, of course, people are all well-meaning. The business does not incentivize them to grow a good tomato, basically, in the business. But when you grow it yourself, holy fucking shitballs! It's so easy. It's trivial. A monkey can grow a good heirloom tomato at home, and not only that, but I think it's probably the same thing. Like, I wonder if corn farmers, like in Nebraska, if they go to the grocery store to buy corn, like they probably won't buy corn. They probably refuse on principle to buy corn at the grocery store because they're like, I grow this shit all day, every day. Like, they wouldn't pay for it, right? I don't know. Does it make sense what I'm trying to say? Like, it infuriates me to pay for something that I make all day long.
The best heirlooms I've ever had, right, were the ugliest fucking tomato ever. You're like, holy shit, what the fuck is that deformated looking thing? Oh, well, you chop it up and do whatever with it. It's like the best tomato ever, right? If you ever see like a whole box of heirlooms, they're like all over the map, right? Right? Yeah, that like if you thought, you know, go to the regular grocery store and you went to the spot where there's tomatoes and they were like all heirloom, the big pile. They weren't all uniform. They were close to being uniform. Yeah, that'd be a hard sale, right?
So I might admittedly be a crazy person, but what, I guess 2, 3 weeks ago now, I bought what I think was basically the most beautiful tomato that I've ever seen. I literally saved it for a couple days on the countertop because it was just so pretty to look at. And then I took some pictures of it. It was this gorgeous red tomato with this like gradation to purple. It was fucking stunning. And then sure enough, when I cut it open, it was even prettier on the inside. That was a tomato, I'll tell you.
Yeah. You don't have to look hard to get better, avoid that industrial food complex products. You have to pay a little more and go a little out of your way. I mean, it depends where you are and whatnot, but even all the main grocery stores have a bigger and bigger organic section. They charge more for it. And even say they have organic tomatoes.
Some of them are not that bad though. Some places are actually reasonable. It's really nice to see that they don't fucking gouge everybody.
Yeah, if you look at the brand, it's the same ass company that has the regular tomato, the big upscale company, so and some of those compared to like really getting a tomato from a farmers markets, or even like if I was going to care about any, like in my area, the name of the stores, even though a lot of their other stuff is like kind of overpriced, but their fruit and vegetable section is like second to none. It's this place called Sprouts, right?
Oh, I know Sprouts.
Sprouts has a pretty good.
We used to have a Sprouts in Portland.
Whoever's their buyer buying, like, all those boxes of stuff have like an A through F rating. A, B, C, D, E, F. You know what I mean? Yeah, the price is a lot lower. And it's like, I was in the fruit business and know about the margins and how it all works. And yeah, just like with weed, it becomes this thing of like value based and the way everyone can make the money. And then, you know what I'm saying? And have like consistency, like it's a tough racket. Like people that actually farm food, that's a tough racket. Like us cannabis farmers are starting to complain about pricing and the economics of it all. Like, holy shit, if we're just another ag product like the rest of them, which ultimately a farmer, that's what it is, right? Like, yeah, go look at some of their models of economics. You'd be like, holy shit, how do you do that? That's pretty risky, and you aren't going to make hardly nothing. Yeah, it's weird how we do that in food.
I was just going to say we could go a couple different directions with that, but I was going to say a little bit ago that it's interesting that we kind of forget that the discussion of whether to eat organically or not, whether to farm or eat organically, and also whether to patronize farmers are actually separate things. We combine them because a lot of times it's kind of the easiest way to do it, but it's also one of the most expensive ways to do it. So, for example, I guess what I mean by this, instead of sort of speaking abstractly, if you think that eating organically is good, well, then eating organically but also expensively, well, that you're adding steps to the process that's just too complicated, and a lot of people don't have money. You should actually be able to eat organically, but for the same amount of money, ideally, right? Well, that's probably not realistic, the way the system is set up. But you could probably, the industrial farms that basically sell synthetic fertilized stuff or just conventionally grown stuff on one side of the store, they're already big. They could just devote half their fucking fields to the probably more profitable organic. Boom. Why are we complaining? Well, so then we have the separate issue. Okay, you are pro farmer, whatever. But actually, we forget that those two things are separate. I mean, on some level, it's probably a good thing that mega agribusiness motherfuck grows organic stuff, because basically, not because they'll get richer, that's the bad part. But the good part is that we were just talking about Compton and all these other places, not to mention anywhere else has expensive organic food. If you could bring the cost down and basically the quality up for what people eat, that would be a uniformly good thing. So I don't know, it's something we forget to talk about from time to time. Farmers markets and shit, sometimes they're cheaper than a grocery store, but most of the time the farmers market's more expensive, right? It's a question of better and all that kind of stuff. But realistically, if you want people to eat better, you got to make sure that Costco and Walmart and fucking Ralph's and whoever has organic tomatoes and eggs.
A bunch of organics stuff. Like, none of that stuff would be on the shelf unless it had sell-through. Because one thing with fruits and vegetables, man, if you don't sell in a timely fashion, it's just, yeah. So, as I've witnessed this thing grow, like I remember, there was like no organic at Albertsons or Vons. Like, no, Oh, now all of them have like a whole
Half the section.
section. It's not that much more expensive, and yeah, if you're it depends. If you're feeding a family of 5 or 6, okay, then your quantity becomes an issue. If you're feeding yourself and one other person, well, then paying 10, 20 cents more a pound for something doesn't really affect you that much. I've
The
come to
one
where,
thing that is
oh,
really prohibitive
even
is
the worst
meat.
organic stuff is better than any of that mainstream stuff. It just is.
Mm.
When you
The
make
one thing
things with
that's
it.
the one thing that's really prohibitive, I think, and probably at most grocery stores, is meat. If you look up organic anything meat wise, ground beef, steak, anything, it's so much more expensive than regular beef, even though regular beef, pork, chicken, all of them actually have increased quite a bit in the last, what, 4 or 5 years. What the other day, fuck, I could not believe it. I just asked absentmindedly, oh, how much did that cost for, I think, a pound of ground beef that we used to make something? And it was $10 for regular, not organic. It was fucking bare ass regular ground beef. $10 a pound for ground beef that we made fucking. I don't think we made burgers. I think we
Well,
made
I
kofta
mean,
kebabs. But anyway, what's
I
up, Flora?
think with like cow or beef, for instance, I'm not so sure that like if you the cost would be a lot more to raise a calf to a cow or the bull to make beef, and if you fed it organic, okay. But if you fed it good grade natural food and and a better diet, you're going to get better beef, right? Right? Where that's kind of why I think in chicken they made a thing about organic chicken, but you notice beef, which is like the main meat in the store, yeah, it's not really. A couple of the ground beefs might claim organic. A lot of it they claim a bunch of other stuff. You know what I mean? Uh, which is hard to believe, but like even chickens, like I saw a thing once about all the eggs and how they can say free range or non-K, but like there's still these chicken farms that
Half
are
that's
like,
bullshit. Yeah.
yeah, they figured out ways they can use these words without any repercussions. I mean, I still remember it was because living in San Diego, we get a lot of border news during COVID, and they were arresting them and like basically putting the story on the TV that the penalties were no different, like than if you got caught with anything else at the border illegal. But people were smuggling loads of eggs up here because like there was like an egg shortage and a dozen eggs were like $7 or some shit. It was like
Yeah, I
this
remember that.
weird
It was nuts.
period of time, and they were like, next thing you know, they were smuggling eggs in. And the only issue really with those eggs is they didn't go through the FDA whatever standards. So they were, which
They
as
were
much as
illegal
we want
eggs.
the FDA in a lot of ways, well, yeah, the fact that so much food is sold, and even when there's like an outbreak of Ebola or whatever, and eggs have so much meat, especially, has a lot of things that can happen. Yeah, they somehow their huge bureaucracy keep the food supply pretty safe. Like you don't really ever have to worry when you go to the store. Like the odds of something like that hitting you is pretty slim. Not all countries have that kind of thing.
Or is he going to do a dab in the other room?
Damn, I lost the joint, and no, I didn't smoke it.
That's the worst. And then you don't know what happened to it, and you're like, I hope someone finds it and smokes it, but you know that they won't, right? Like you know someone's gonna be like, oh, a joint, and they're gonna throw it away. They're gonna tell their friends, I found drugs on the street, bro.
I back in the like real prohibition era, nothing would be worse than like finding a lost joint under your seat that you had no idea had been there for however long, or even a road, because oh, if something else had happened, that could have been like a huge problem, like a mega problem. Just a roach or a joint under your seat you didn't even know or
That's so
forgot.
fucking ridiculous. Over weed. It's such a harmless thing. It's just so idiotic. Like it's such a harmless
I
thing.
mean,
Yeah.
like you mentioned something earlier, like, yeah, and I guess we're a community, so it starts with a like the fact that it's still like even when we mentioned the homeless way back at the beginning, and like that, oh, if you went into one of those programs and lived in one of the housing things, oh, you'd be kicked out if you smoked weed, even though weed's legal. You can buy it, you can have it delivered, pay the tax, but still, there's this like yeah, it's demonized, or it's like that part of it hasn't caught up. You know what I mean? Right? Where yeah, that should be more important than all this other stuff. That the narrative of not just for us, we're living in it, but your kids and the kids, because what we lead to them or what's presented to them is going to be what moves forward. And that corporate machine, they know that's the game they're already playing. They're playing 100-year game where most of us is just trying to get through this month. You know what I mean? And the narrative seems to be like, even when we were talking a minute ago about going into one of those places, the whole part, I wouldn't mind 50 and 8 for something really good or whatever. But then if you said, oh, yeah, plus 37% tax on top of that, that part of the transaction would be the one that would bother. And like, yeah, what the fuck? Like, how is it that alcohol, any other product, a lot of products, food and agriculture don't have tax? But okay, but oh, it start off at 30 some percent, pretty much average across the whole system. Like, wait, what? Why? What's that about? Like, fuck that. Because
That's
that
it.
in
I'm like,
itself is like the beginning of, oh, it's different. It's not like it's not normalized. You know what I mean? Like ultimately we're talking about it being normalized, like the truth, right? It isn't a bad thing. Shouldn't have been demonized. Like it ultimately would take the society, the governments, to admit that they there was a propaganda campaign, or they believed this and we wrongly believed this, and now we've learned this and this, you know what I mean? Like but no, we're not gonna like open up that can of worms. Just break us off our 37% and shut the fuck up.
that's apparently what's happening in Thailand. I was reading some commentary about that today, probably on Reddit, about how effectively what they're doing is, for the moment, they're removing the whole recreational market. It's still going to be medical, and evidently it's not that hard to get a medical permit. But essentially, what they're going to try to do is rework in all the bribes and trim, basically, that they were going to siphon off essentially when they normally do. Apparently, the government generally is fairly corrupt, like it is, I guess, around the world, frankly, these days. And the way the weed laws came out, they were just simply not skimming enough off the top, basically. Skim, I guess, not trim is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, until they can basically skim enough off the top and screw enough people, it's going to be illegal again in Thailand for the foreseeable future. Isn't
Well,
that delightful?
mainly knowing Captain, but my initial thing, even when, because like when me hung out the one time we met and spent time together a few times. First time I met him, it was like a death penalty if you got with weed in Thailand when he was first there. Then one time, well, he was here when he flew home, the thing changed, right?
Mm.
And he was kind of our eyes and ears. and those
Mm.
first days. That's like 2 years ago now. I
Mm.
remember asking him and going, so wait, weed's just legal and there's no tax, there's no license, there's no revenue. No. Well, right then I knew that this thing wasn't going to last in that state.
Yeah.
So wait, nobody's
But
getting screwed on this? That's not gonna
how
last.
in the world like that was doomed to fail? Whatever politician rushed that through and left out that doomed the success of this whatever. Okay, like that like and the way they did it, it wasn't going to be easy to rein that back in, because if you remember, in our country, which okay, we set the bar for legalizing. Most of the time, the law passed, and it took a year or longer before they actually enacted it, because they had all the shit they had to do, register and license, and before they could, you could open your doors. Like when you say Prop 64, oh, that was passed this, but it wasn't really officially enacted till this other date in the future, because it took them, the establishment, the government, state government, a period of time to get the taxation system and metric and all that. You couldn't just do that at retro, you know. In Thailand, yeah, I assume they're gonna like cut the whole thing and then start with like a new thing.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing in Thailand is no one could, well, they couldn't agree, the two sides. So when one side would put up something for that, the other side would just veto it. So it never got anywhere. They never were able to. They first off should have had like tax in place from day one, and they didn't. That's where they dropped the ball. And I think that's why they're making it illegal and then coming out with it again. And like you said, Fundor, making sure that their slice of the pie is taken care of.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they've already increased some of the fees, like on the larger grows, up to 50, 100,000 baht for your license.
Gotta make sure
Where
those
Joe
guys have a
Blow
chance.
is
just even the little
5,000.
things I hear recently. So at first, they thought that this was like going to bring tourists back, and it was going to be like tourism supported cannabis, right? Well, you quickly like had a market way bigger than what tourists buy when they're there for a week, right? Right. So now Thailand seems to be positioning itself to be like an exporter in the future. All right.
Yeah.
Which, that, I mean, to me, at a certain point, especially when they break down these cannabinoids and the different things from a big business point, as long as it's got the math, they won't care if they need 1,000 tons to extract X amount. If they can get those tons cheaper than 100 tons of stuff that has, higher price, maybe more, only, you know what I mean? They're going to like look at it as, oh, where's the cheapest commodity that we can squeeze what we want out of, which, oh, field grown weed at places that can be sold at like whatever per kilo is going to have a huge $1 billion market, especially when pharmaceutical companies are trying to get those commodities, right? Even
And
though we have plenty of
it will
farmland
be,
here and the ability to compete, oh, just like our other crops, they have to be subsidized to even be a viable market, right? how are we going to compete with Colombia, Thailand, other countries too that can just say, "Oh, what you want us to grow hectares of weed that has CBV or all these different things?" Because some of those things are going to be like made into some kind of like headache medicine or whatnot by huge industry, worldwide distribution, and they're going to need that,
I
right?
mean, I have to be honest, the easy answer, I think there's going to be a much more complex answer than this ultimately, because that would just be ridiculous if it was this easy. But if you were to compare it, let's say, to wine, they grow grapes every fucking place, and actually they make alcohol out of grapes in many cases for grain alcohol and everything. Well, I guess what was it called? Whatever the fuck they call the grape alcohol that turns into vodka and stuff, whatever. Long story short, there's good quality wine grown all around the world, and there's low quality wine grown around the world, and it's in some cases expensive, in some cases inexpensive. So, for example, in France, I think the labor is expensive, and the varietals and everything else is expensive. The land is certainly expensive. Whereas there are places, probably in South Africa, the cost of labor is significantly lower in South Africa. I'm sure that real estate is also significantly lower. So, probably most of the costs are lower. So, it's no surprise that you have these South African wineries, right? Same thing with Australia, on and on and on. Well, somehow those wines are able to compete with each other. And I guess my answer to that is at first, people were really worried, like the French companies and the Oregon companies, because we have wineries in Oregon. They were really worried about the cheap New Zealand wines and whatever else. But I think the market over time has stabilized a little bit. Okay, I'm not a super wine expert, so maybe I'm wrong on this. But I think, at least looking from the outside in, I think that you can go to the store and you can buy New Zealand wine, you can buy French wine, you can buy Oregon wine, you can buy a bunch of different stuff, and at every different price point basically, and that's part of the equation. So, for example, the New Zealand wine probably going to be some good stuff, but it's not going to cost as much as the French wine. But maybe you're not going to feel as fancy. Maybe you're having guests over or something, and you really want them to be impressed. Well, so you pull out the fucking big guns and you get the French wine, or whatever the case may be. So my thinking is, okay, California wine, yeah, 100%. California Napa Valley wines are super fucking. I mean, there are extremely expensive Napa Valley wines, 100%. Even more so than Oregon. So if you were like an Oregonian, you really wanted to impress your guests, maybe you whip out the fucking $400 Napa Valley wine or whatever, right? There's got to be a place for that for cannabis, you would assume, right? I mean, who knows, of course, but I would assume. I mean, just really quickly, Bud, before I let you talk, you're talking about the CBG crop for Walgreens or whatever. Well, I guess Walgreens is going out of business. Whatever, CBG crop for some pharmaceutical company, Amazon or some shit. Well, okay, perfect candidate for big old open fields with low cost of labor, a country like Colombia, a country like Venezuela, if it becomes legal or something, where the labor is, pennies on the dollar compared to here. Even Mexico is too expensive probably for that, right? So a country like Mexico would even look at Colombia and be like, oh, fuck me, it's a cheap Colombian. I'm making assumptions. I don't actually know that Colombian labor is that cheap, but let's just roll with it. So the Mexicans are not actually that cheap. They actually, part of the deal that they made over immigration with the Biden administration apparently is that they're actually telling immigrants, why go north? There's plenty of opportunities in Mexico, which is actually true. Mexico has a high minimum wage and everything else compared to South America. Anyway,
Most of our car
cheetah piss makes
factories are
me
down there.
100%, 100 fucking
Down
percent,
there.
straight up, straight up. Anyway, fuck was I trying to say? We're going to differentiate in some kind of specific ways, right? And then we forget about the fact that a country like Mexico is also going to be trying to differentiate themselves from Thailand and
Think about
Colombia
all
and
those
on and on.
countries. One of our countries that seems to be an issue in our existence is Afghan, right? Right? It has zero economy. Basically, you know, I'm sure we subsidize a huge amount of money, keep the Taliban, the terrorists, whatever.
Afghanistan? No, we cut them loose. They're on their own.
Okay, but like their region produces some of the finest cannabis in the planet. All right, mainly why they take most of their weed, make it to hash. Well, it's hard to smuggle and sell weed, so we just make it into hash. But in my lifetime, I'll probably never see it. But like, yeah, if I feel like some Kush or all those flavors that we've grown and used in our genetic thing to a degree, I would want it from the motherland if I could buy it and it could be exported. And if that would support like $1 billion a year all of a sudden into their economy, and the farmers that have held on up in those hills, that would be a great thing. But Thailand,
Afghanistan is a
Colombia,
basket
other
case that
countries that
100 years will
are
pass before
also
that
part of
happens.
cannabis history, they're positioned to do that. But the one country that probably be left out is the one that I think should be put to the first front of the line, right?
And
That would be
let me play
Pakistan.
devil's advocate. Let me play devil's advocate for a second. By the way, Pakistan would be a good candidate for that too. Afghanistan, I don't think is ever going to modernize, not in our lifetimes for sure. Not in our kids' lifetimes, or their even kids' lifetimes probably. But Pakistan might, honestly, because Pakistan in some parts isn't really that backwards at all, and they have huge amounts of original genetics as well, right? Anyway, what was I going to say? Let me play devil's advocate for a second about the idea that countries like Afghanistan have the best hash or the best cannabis. I would dearly love to smoke. I have actually smoked Afghan hash, but it was a long, long time ago, and it was just in a spliff, so I have no idea. And that was before I was really a weed guy at all. So honestly,
Amsterdam.
yeah, 100%. It was in Vienna, but basically, like I had some Afghan friends, so it wasn't really that hard to find. But I can't imagine it was like the best of the best quality, right? So there might well be really, really good hash that I haven't tried, or really good flower that I haven't tried. I haven't ever had a chance. But let me use kind of the metaphor. I was talking to somebody the other day about Chinese food and how you wouldn't go to Chinatown in LA to go to Chinese food. You would actually go to the San Gabriel Valley. Like the entire San Gabriel Valley is filled with Chinese restaurants because basically the Chinese people went and just moved out where there was more space. It's pretty much very close to downtown. They didn't go that far, but they have more space, a little bit lower cost of living, and so on and so forth. Uh, People say oftentimes that it's the best Chinese food you can get outside of Beijing or whatever, right? The best Chinese food you can get outside of China. And I was thinking about it for a second. And I was like, wait a second, do we really know that it's the best food outside of China? What if, honestly, because of the higher food standards, because they definitely have higher food standards in California than they do in China, what if it's actually better food because it's using better ingredients? Because every chef, every cook, every even home cook knows the end dish relies on the ingredients. And so if you have higher quality ingredients, you will always have a higher quality dish. So my thought is you hear about gutter oil and I don't even know how many melamine in the fucking eggs, on and on and on from China. It's not to say America doesn't have scandals too, but the scandals are far fewer between. What were you going to say,
Well,
Flora?
like if you're up in the Hollywood area, you realize that Thai Town is like on the lower
Oh, Thai
side.
Town is wonderful.
Yeah, like right there in like I guess the south part of Hollywood, the 6,000 or 5,000, 4,000 block. That's all like this little section called Thai Town where I've been to a lot of good Thai restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't name one off my top of my head, but there's
My
some good
favorite
ones.
is Sanam Luang. That place is fantastic. What were you gonna
Yeah.
say, Flora?
I was going to say, there's quite a few people that say that California has the best Mexican food outside of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
But that could just be because of the proximity, right? It's like
Mm-hmm.
this used to be Mexico. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. But I do know, like, when you go up in like Washington, like the food is bland, right? Like food's spicy here. So
Mm-hmm.
it's so
Well,
different.
and
And
like
I would say too,
okay,
though, that Los Angeles Mexican food and actually San Diego arguably has better tacos and stuff. But I would say Los Angeles Mexican food is kind of an animal of its own. It's a little bit different flavor. So I would be willing to bet that you
but
don't necessarily make one better or the other. I would say that the Mexican tacos and the Southern California tacos are just two different animals.
yeah, but like even with the places I frequent, I live in San Diego. Yeah, it really gets down to the quality of the ingredients the place uses, right?
Mm,
Especially like, oh, some of the ones that are open 24 hours and all this, oh, they're big portions, but like, yeah, whatever grade of beans, whatever grade
mm,
of cheese, whatever. Oh, some of the better places that more locals know about or that stand out. Oh, what sets them apart? I mean, a burrito's a burrito, a taco's a taco. Yeah, even the quality of the meat, just a grade the supplier, you pay a little more, or you
The
try the
corn and the
cheapest that
tortilla.
you
Yeah.
can. Yeah, and it's like a way to run restaurants. I understand why some restaurants are run that other way. I mean, that that's how they survive, and plenty of people are fine with it. But ultimately, like, yeah, I'd rather pay an extra buck or two if I know that it's made good. Like I like falafels. Like about once a month, I feel like a falafel.
That's not Mexican. Falafel.
Well, it's
First
Mediterranean.
falafel
A
generation,
lot of
right,
times,
Florida?
the place I go to is known for its shish kebab and it's all this meat stuff. And I'm like, oh, I just want the simple fucking pita falafel. That's what I like, right? Some days I just don't feel like eating meat. It's like a weird thing. I like a week ago, I was like, oh, there's this one place here called Stacks. Now they charge like 17 bucks for it, but oh fuck, that
$17
falafel
for
and all
falafel?
these.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but it's fucking so good. It's made just the fucking perfect way, right? Oh, there's a lot of other places you just randomly go because you never know where you're gonna. If you're looking for a good falafel, you got to try some, right? Yeah, there's like a big discrepancy of
Tons in
like
there.
the
An
quality of like even
awful lot of
a lot
falafel.
of it. Yeah, there's a quality of that fucking pita bread. Oh yeah, that matters. The lettuce, the tomato, the pickled shit, the tahini sauce, whatever all that shit is, and the ball and what's put in that. Yeah, there's a bad falafel is probably like the worst thing you could ever eat.
Poorly cooked
I'm
fish, I
gonna
think, probably the worst.
What, am I the only guy that likes falafels?
No, falafel's good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to take off, guys. I've got to be at the DMV at 9 a.m.
Well, good
Well,
luck
good luck
there,
in
Captain.
There, Captain.
Yep, we're gonna go get plates for the vans, so
Sweet.
that way we'll be all straight.
Nice.
Everybody have a
Wagon
good
wagon.
night,
Okay.
and maybe we'll catch you tomorrow for the safety meeting.
Yeah, hopefully you're not just sitting in the DMV 3 hours later waiting on your plates.
No, no. If I start to have to wait that long, I'll go out in a parking lot and smoke a joint.
Excuse me,
Wouldn't be the
sir.
first
You're eating
time.
weed.
It wouldn't be the
Yes.
first time.
Well, some of the biggest nightmares ever waiting and dealing with the agency years ago. The DMV was like, did not have their shit together. And it was the biggest nightmare there was no way around it. Now it's still the DMV, but they got a system that gets it done. I can remember, like, yeah, you get there at 9 and you'd be lucky to get out of there by the end of the day, trying to get your license or some bullshit.
No, I had to go to the DMV like 3 times recently just to, like the first time you got to bring back the paper for the second time, that kind of bullshit, right? But anyway, every single time I went there, I think I was in and out in 15 minutes. Literally, I was like 87th in line, but I still was in and out in 15 minutes. The first time was the longest, and I was there for I think a half hour. But I came at the end of the day, like I fully knew, like, bro, I should probably just come tomorrow. But I was like, fuck it, let's see if we can do it today. And I literally showed up at like 4:30. You know what I mean? And so I was like, again, like fucking 97th in line or something. I was sure I was going to get blown off, right? And there were like 15 guys, seriously, 15 guys that were just freaking out at the end of I don't know, like the last 10 minutes, because they were like, oh, if you have not been called, we may not be able to see you. Da, da, da. They kind of made an announcement. And literally, these guys are losing their fucking shit. Wouldn't you know it, I got called like 3 minutes later. I got my shit taken care of before it was even closed. And then, like I say, the other 2 times I came in and left within 15 minutes. It was the easiest fucking shit.
Yeah.
And by the way, one of the guys, I laughed like I didn't laugh out loud because I mean that would be weird and crazy.
DMV in like the 80s, 90s, like before computers. The people that worked there hated their job too. Like other thing, like it was like the worst thing. There was these long lines. It was the numbers just went different. Whatever it was a different era. Yeah, the DMV was a fucking nightmare. And oh, you'd get there, it never worked out good. You always had to wait. Now,
I remember that from the Oregon DMV when I was a kid. Like honestly, you'd go there and you'd be there for 3 hours. Like you just had to bring
yeah,
a book because
they
you'd be there the
definitely
entire
like
day pretty much.
technology and then like coming up with a way to manage getting the job done made a huge difference. Because even think about it, like that era, there was no computer, so like they managed that whole thing up with like paper.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him if he took his driver's test if it was on paper because like I transferred my driver's license like in 2013. I had a job in Utah for a little while. I was only
I don't remember.
to transfer my driver's license, and they made me take the written test for some reason, and it was on paper. And like Washington, like we had computers in like 90s.
Seriously, yeah.
I was like,
I think I might have
blown
got a
away. I was
computer.
like,
Yeah.
what paper?
Bizarre.
Yeah. But I don't know about Oregon because Oregon was, it's relatively small population for how big of a state it is.
Yeah. I don't remember. I really don't remember. Huh.
I know you guys got some
Took it
weird ass
somehow.
laws on property tax though, because you don't pay sales tax, so your property tax is like extraordinarily high.
We have an income tax and a property tax. Yeah. California has income tax and property tax and sales tax.
And sales
Yeah.
tax. And in Washington, no income tax in
No
Washington.
income tax, but sales tax and property tax, I
And
think.
property tax.
Yeah.
Pick your tax.
Right.
Or if you want to pay all three, move to a state like California.
That's right.
Yeah.
Although, believe it or not, California's tax rate ends up being a little bit lower, I think, than Oregon's. People are always talking about it blows my mind of why people talk shit all the time about California. California's tax rate is not the lowest in the country by any means, but it's lower, I think, percentage-wise than Oregon and Washington, and it's lower than Texas. People are always like, "Oh, Texas is a lower tax state." Da, da, da. Well, except their property taxes are fucking gigantically higher because they basically pay for everything with property taxes.
Yeah, I noticed
Yeah.
that there is this certain like I don't know, but California being the butt of the joke,
California haters.
like California hate. I'm a native Californian, so I always kind of stand up for it. Well, I don't care. Like I live here and I realize the paradise I live in and appreciate it. Even though, all right, there's issues and all that, but oh well.
Every place has issues. Shit. Find me a place in the country that's perfect. That would be the place that everybody moves to. And then it wouldn't be perfect anymore.
Well, the weather's never bad in Fallbrook or Rainbow or near where he's at. So it's like all year round, perfect weather. It's like, we all want that. But it's expensive as hell where he's at.
Yeah, even in the last years, I've had opportunities and I've only been here 25 years. I grew up in LA. But I love it here. And like some of my choices were opportunities away from here. Yeah, no, because I like, even though it's been rough and trying to keep things together, and fucking cost of living down here is like crazy. And yeah, nope, I'll hang on because I know, it won't be easy getting back, and I'll always be trying to get back. I'm old enough.
You'll never
I've
get
been
back.
around, right? No, like not just like what he says, Fallbrook, Rainbow, or my area, but what they call North County, San Diego, which is like fucking 40, 50 miles from San Diego. It's like a whole other, like,
It's
I
almost
don't.
San Clemente, huh? Like right where it buds up with San Clemente.
Yeah, I mean, if I go to the coast right down here and turn left, I'll drive through the empty part of the freeway for a lot of miles to Camp Pendleton. And then once there's like housing and all that, that's right there. It's pretty much Trestles. That's San Clemente, the first place. Well, San Onofre, and then San Clemente. Yeah, it's real close. And if you follow surfing, like over the last years at the women and men top level, Brazos, Brazilians, pretty much dominated. Now there's a couple of Hawaiians that one here and there, but Medina, the 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 main top of the field with Brazos. Well, now from the women to the junior women to the men, the San Clemente, like the top surfers are all, one from Oceanside, that's even better, but the rest from San Clemente. Yeah. And even the truth about a couple of those Brazilians, they left Brazil years ago. Guess where they live? San Clemente.
No, San Clemente is really nice. Like, I
Yeah,
like
that's
it.
considered Orange County, but it's just
That is
right
Orange
there.
County. And then,
And
it's like right there is Dana Point, which is also
yeah,
fucking super nice, and San Juan
yeah, that coastal
Castrejano is
area
fucking
is
nice.
like super nice. Yeah.
All super, super nice. Yeah. Out here, not so super nice. Fucking 115 degrees today. 20% humidity. Not nice.
I think we might have been like 80 something. It seemed hot. Right now, the marine layer's back in, and yeah, no, we haven't been over 90.
Heard Temecula was hot today though.
Oh no, yeah. Once you go, see, it's like a basin, and so like the basin that I'm in goes all the way out to Fallbrook, where it's suck in the marine layer, but then the mountain range gets higher, and the pass to get to Temecula, yeah, that's a cutoff point. So then Temecula is in the hot desert air. That's everything east of there, Riverside, all the way out to where you are. It's basically all the way through Arizona, through Nevada is this huge desert.
Oh yeah. It's miserable. I need to move.
Where actually that desert back in the day ran all the way to the ocean, all of SoCal. If we didn't have the aqueduct and Colorado water by the massive amount over the last 100 years down here, we wouldn't have any of what's here. Like I saw this documentary or thing that basically said if that water ever got cut off, it would only be a matter of years before this would just be the same topography, I think is the word, as the desert, because it is. It's just that we've like had man-made water since whatever year. And they showed as we developed more, their need for this water is to everything to that.
I think they tried to do even more at one point too, and then they had a big fuck up, and the Salton Sea was the result of it.
Yeah, well, there's a documentary that is on Netflix called "The Greatest Theft" or some shit, California water, and there's this whole history for like from way back and after the gold rush of different players and politics and yeah, a lot of corruption over that water.
I was reminded of you. Oh, go ahead, Flora.
I was saying you can't smoke inside. That's why you're not smoking, right? Because I haven't seen you take a puff since I jumped on. It's because you can't smoke inside. Is that? Or maybe I'm hallucinating. Hello?
Oh shit! Sorry, I was reading a text. Were you asking me?
Yeah, saying I haven't seen you smoke since I got on. It's because you have to
Oh,
smoke
me?
it.
No, I smoked. I smoked a little while ago. I just smoked a joint of cheetah piss. No, I can smoke here. What was I gonna say? Oh fuck! I was gonna say something before that. I forget.
Weird how cheetah piss a couple times. So just through like what I was had to smoke. The last week or so, I was smoking grape gas, apples, slaps. I didn't have like any cheetah piss out here. Well, I went like a week. Even though if I have my choice of the stuff we grow, my favorite, mainly for the stoniness of it, is the cheetah piss. And then, guess it's been like 2 or 3 days. I still have now. I have like 4 or 5 kinds, but I've just been smoking cheetah piss for the last 2 days, and then I like appreciated it. And even though my two partners, they take it or leave it. It's just they like the apples and bananas better. No, I think it's an individual thing. Or this.
What's your yield on that apple banana strain, you buddy?
Pretty good. And it's just a little more work on trimming it.
Oh, it's leafy?
No, not leafy. It's just it's crusty. It's good. It has like a funk, its own funk. Like I remember, God, it's been a couple years when I first we first had it, and I started, you know, giving it out or whatever. Um, I remember the first time. I guess I thought I smelled like apples a little, maybe, and then I I realized, yeah, if something's called apples, you're gonna like that's already like, oh, if you didn't give me a name and then I smelt it, I probably wouldn't have said apple, right? It was like preconceived, right? Because a couple of my customers are long term. They fucking know their weed. They love the weed, but they were like, dude, I don't know. Like, does it smell like apples or bananas? I don't know. It's just like this funk.
It doesn't even have apple or bananas in it. It's fucking, that's what's funny.
Exactly. So, like, from what I know, which I don't know a lot, but it's a compound cookie collab thing. Lerner named it. It was at an era where there was this other and the branding that went behind it. So that's kind of how the name is, not necessarily because it's apples or banana, right? So if you throw that out, yeah, that's a killer weed. It's like okay, cheetah piss gets a little purple, but it's mainly green. Grape gas, yeah, a little purple, but mostly green. The slaps, really deep purple, purple. The apples, banana, purple, blue. Like when you hang it, whole plant, we don't touch it. We just hang the plant. You look at it a day or two later, once it's dried, blue. Like it's the purple, it's not like red purple. It's like blue purple. I don't know what that genetic is, but it's like blue. Yeah, it's like funky. Good weed. That's why it's like penetrated. Because like even listening to content in the last period of time, oh, people in Michigan, people here, people there. Uh, cheetah piss, not so much for whatever reason. A couple people like I was just on, they were on James Loud. Those guys that make the White Thorn Rose, or wait, it's the Ridgeline, and there's other two farms up in Humboldt. Yeah, one of those guys and mixed light and outdoor grows cheetah piss. That was like the first time I heard anybody with any clout or known to be one of the top growers or whatever. The cheetah piss is killer. I like it.
Yeah, it is good.
But they're all like, like I come to realize in, for years, I try not to like influence my the chain, right? My customers, their customers, whatever. Because if I say a certain thing, then that's like preconceived notions almost. And then sometimes by not saying anything, you're like all of a sudden things that like, yeah, I'm not that impressed with grape gas. Doesn't do it for me. Oh, it's creepy. It's all that, whatever. But doesn't do it that much for me. If I like put that out, then that would influence. I don't. I've learned not to say anything, not to like because there's a reason that's one of the four strains we're growing. Yield wise, bunch of things, right? Like some of it just gets down to like I have some integrity with the way I operate business, like compared to what I see happening in the legal market, where some of that's just old school like weed culture, right? Um, yeah, because I don't know, but I have like handful. I only hear from them like once or twice a month, but like they've never gotten weed from anybody but me for like 20 some fucking years, right? Like, my one guy, one time he was some other city, some family thing, and he got some from a dispensary and he didn't like it or whatever, delivery, right? And still had some of it, showed it to like unquestionable, even though there's like all these stores around him and all this stuff, and he's been smoking weed. He's older than me. He's been smoking weed way before I fucking ever did. He's a connoisseur of good weed, right? Yeah. Like in all the different things. Yep. He's down. Sometimes you're like, yeah, I didn't really like that one. Or you know what I mean? But like that's like an honor to me that like, oh, sometimes he would need weed. I wouldn't have any. But I would like get some and sometimes pay more for it from one of my friends to like I would actually lose on the deal, but like, oh, well, if you want the guy to like be loyal to you, then you got to be loyal back, right? So yeah, because over 20 years, yeah, there were times where I didn't, mine wasn't ready, so I didn't want to like be like, oh, you don't have it, you know what I mean? Like I'm that way with a few people, like because if I don't have it, somebody I know has, it. But sometimes they're like, oh no, I charge this. Oh, okay, I guess I lose on the deal. But sometimes that's just like okay, that's not going to make or break you in the long run, right? And I have other friends, they have like a rule. Like if they don't make X amount, they don't do shit. Right. I understand that mentality. I'm not that way. Which sometimes leaves me feeling like, the fuck do I like it's certain along the way you'll meet certain people that'll take advantage of that. Like even I could have other customers. There's other people because they are always trying to negotiate no matter what. I'm so over that part of the thing that then I'd rather just not even deal. Like, oh, well, I still have X amount left. I could call homeboy. Oh yeah. But then we're gonna have to go through this whole thing where he's gonna try to like whatever price I say, and then he's gonna negotiate and it's be this thing. Yeah, nah, I don't have the patience for that anymore. And that's like part of like, oh, I get it. When I was young, I loved that part of it, right? Oh, I was part of it, right? As I've gotten older, that's the part where I'm like, nah, fuck that. I've if this is it, this is it. There's no right. This isn't some like Tijuana and you negotiate the price.
Meanwhile, I thought of a better metaphor. I was trying to explain why I can't stand paying for weed earlier, and I definitely explained it poorly. And I was thinking about it, I was like, I like all kinds of food, but I oftentimes, if I find a good Italian sandwich place It's like it's worth its weight in gold. I fucking love Italian sandwiches. So I was thinking to myself, what if you were an Italian sandwich shop, like you ran one, obviously, and you make Italian sandwiches all day, every day, and you take pride in it, whatever, and you probably eat lunch there and whatever, and then you're out somewhere. I don't know, you're somewhere, you not at home, and you have to fucking eat somewhere, and the only place that's open is a fucking Subway sandwich, and you walk in there, and you're like, how much are you charging for garbage? That's kind of how I feel every time I walk into a dispensary.
You speak of that.
That's a good analogy, actually.
Usually the first stop I make when I get to San Francisco is this place called Marinari's. It's like an Italian deli. It's been there for like ever. It's on this corner. And yeah, they have like all these different breads. You grab which bread you want and bring it to the counter. And they make them like the best. Like even I just like the Italian combo sub, but the meats they use and the cheese, it's like a whole other level. It's called Marineros in off Lombard.
Mm.
That's the best sub I've ever had. I love Italian subs. There's a few places that still make them. That's another example of like what ingredients, not all salamis equal.
That's what she said. Surprised you didn't get it. All right, I'm gonna get some dinner. What time is it? Almost 11. All right. If you guys would like to keep chatting, raise your hand. Whoever would like to be the host. Anybody?
Well, I'll keep it going.
All right. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. But Kilowatt is the host. I'm gonna go grab maybe a burger or something. Talk to some of you guys tomorrow. I'm sure D will be here. Probably good chance Bud, but whoever's here tomorrow in the audience or otherwise, like I'll see you guys later. I'll see you tomorrow. If you guys are still running when I come back, maybe I'll hop back on. But I bet you'll be off when I do. So I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Yeah,
have a good one.
Night.
Later, Flora. Good to see you, Flora.
Hang on. Who's on?
Oh,
who's on tomorrow? Who's on
Who's
tomorrow
on?
for?
Me.
No special guests, really. I'll be here.
Oh, okay.
He's Zombie is gonna be the special guest.
That's
He's
right.
Zombie? Okay, we're gonna have to interview the hell out of him.
Yes,
Safety
indeed.
is our topic.
Jesus.
So are you related to Rob? She's like, come on, D.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, are you Rob Zombie's relative?
Yeah. How'd you know?
What's your brother? Rob and something.
My brain.
Zombie Brothers.
Robin Hood.
No, that white zombie album was amazing. It might have been more than one, but I don't know. I just remember buying one of the albums. It was pretty good back in the day. That was, damn, what was that, 30 years ago now? 25, 30 years ago?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
94 would be 30 years ago. I think that album came out around 95. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Today was 29 years since the last Grateful Dead show. And that happened on July 9th, 95. So it's 29 years.
With Jared.
Well, that was the final show in Chicago, and then he died August 9th. He died a month later.
Was it true that guy lived up?
Like he was seeking rehab or whatever. He was strung out to the max and died.
Was it true that he lived off of fast food? I heard that rumor once.
No, I mean, he didn't live off of fast food. But I mean, they sometimes when like certain venues, outdoor venues, like an hour before the show, when you were coming in, you would smell like the barbecue because they would be barbecuing these big old steaks. And a lot of times they would have a steak dinner that they barbecued like before they played. Yeah. You know? I mean, he was like a full blown heroin addict for like so many years that eventually that just took its toll. Like, you know, he had other health issues and had cleaned up a few times, and but over the long haul, no, the dope got it. That's like no matter what the new press says, anything else, they didn't even like the autopsy didn't even say that it was like drug related. But no, it was like ultimately run hard like on drugs for that amount of time you died.
Where'd you go? The hostess with the hostess with the mostest disappeared.
Wait, what the heck?
That's gonna probably default to you now if he drops.
Yeah.
Is that what it happened?
What if he drops out? At least one of us will be host.
I mean, you can make me host for a little while, but I'm not sure how long I'll be here. I'll stay for.
I can't. I don't have no powers. I have just co-host powers.
I'm like, yeah, I can stay till midnight. That's an hour. You have no powers.
No, no. I mean, oh. I'm the host now. All right, let me make you co-host. All right. Oh shit. Hold on.
It looks like people can show up, I guess. I don't think I'll be able to end it as co-host, but it's okay. Maybe you'll come back, or you can stay up. It's already what 2 in the morning for you.
Yeah, it's almost time to bed. I'm sure Bud will come back.
Zombies only come out at
Edition. Cheers, everybody in chat. 30 people watching.
Hello, people watching. Let's talk about everything but weed.
Mm.
We talk about weed. We were just talking about weed 20 minutes ago. Apples and bananas, which I still haven't tried yet. I need to. I see it all the time, right? And it's like, like if I see Kim, like if I go to the dispensary, I'm buying rosin or something. And I see like a Kim dog, like my mind just goes right to the Kim dog. Like,
Nice.
I start getting like this tunnel vision. So it's like, yeah, the Kim dog and the OG Kush are like kind of the staples. But lately I've been smoking a lot of watermelon OG, which I really like it a lot. The flavor is just fucking actually tastes like watermelon. Like,
yeah, watermelon's awesome. I love watermelon. And I get the same way with certain strains too. Like, right now it's the mints, not animal mints. Shit. I have some. It's
not the Kush mints.
Kush mints, that's it. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
That's like tunnel vision for me right now. Like,
Kush mints is good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really good.
So cool.
What the hell? Somebody texted me some weird shit.
Oh, he's back.
I don't think he's gonna be host though when he joins.
That's okay. I didn't like it. I don't even know what that means. I know one time my battery died. I couldn't get back on, and then the show ran for like hours and hours after it just was like empty because I could. No one could shut it off because there was no more hope. So it does matter. Yeah, I found, I know what these are. I had a few other ones, but they're blackwater seeds from like, God, it has to be around 2015. So like 9 years old. I tried to crack like a few of them. I don't know, probably almost a year ago. None of them cracked. And then, and like it was in a, like this wasn't where my normal seed collection was. It was in with some other stuff. This one container with a lot of seeds in it, both the lid and the base says JB, JB. And for the life of me, I don't know who gave it to me. I don't know. Like at some point, I must have thought I knew and would remember
Did you say KD?
JB.
Oh, JB. Okay, never mind.
It might be the strain, initials for the strain, but I can't even think what. Maybe it's something common that I should know, but I can't think of, or I don't know. I guess the only way you find out, it doesn't always even matter what the name is. Just grow some and see what's in it. It's like I found it like 3, 4 days ago, and at first I thought, oh, sometimes the memory won't come back right away, but oh, after a couple days, I'll remember. Oh, so and so gave me this. Oh, that stands for this. Nah, it's 3, 4 days. I have no idea what this is. JB. Or how old. It's not, it has to be pretty old because I don't even remember it. Like a couple years. If someone had given me this a couple years, I'd remember it. And these seeds, they're old. So who knows? It could be something really good. Or it could be like a waste of time.
There we go. Nice. That's funny.
Word.
Cheers, Al. Telescope Uranus.
What, huh? Oh, where'd Buddy go?
I don't know.
Right here. What's happening?
We need to get high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we'll talk about whatever the fuck comes to mind, you know?
I don't know. Shit. I can usually talk about almost anything, but I don't know. guess I'd have to make another cup of coffee. That would help.
I'm gonna roll one more joint and then I'm gonna get out of here till tomorrow.
But how are you gonna get out? Because you're in the show, right?
Yeah, I think he's the host. He's
No,
the
make
host.
fun.
The most.
You can be the host. I'll make one of you ladies, one of you guys the host.
All right, whatever works. All right, let me make coffee.
I have some powers, but I don't know if I'm a host or a co-host. I see security.
Co-host.
Co-host. You're a co-host. Biatch. Oh shit! Yeah. I should turn the. Let me turn this Discord junk. Wait. Between the Discord noise and the iPhone people messaging me. But
Mr.
the iPhone,
Hollywood.
not Mr. Hollywood. It's just like I don't know. People talking to me.
Holy shit. Yeah. Holy shit, man. There we go. Wow. Southern VT. What's that for?
Oh, I'm about to get. I was thinking about I'm probably gonna load up some hash. Actually, it's gonna take effort though, because I have to, get it all out of the places it's at.
It's been a minute since I've smoked any hash.
Yeah, I still like that Doctor Who hash I bought a couple months ago. Been smoking on it slowly.
Little green fingers. Hasta mañana, amigo. Ole!
Wait. Hey. How about that? Try the Intel processor. They don't say processor, they say processor. You still have a Q in your chat?
Tell sign for me when I know someone's Canadian when they say process. Process.
Yeah, process. Process.
We say
Yeah,
process.
the process.
Canada say
Process.
Yeah, we say process.
I say process.
But you know what I'm saying. There's like one person who makes it real clear is Bubble Man. He says process a lot, and the way he says process is like this Canadian way.
Process, eh?
Process.
Like
don't
our
forget
state,
too.
where we're at in Southern. I say where we're at in Southern California, like our state will get influx from all over Canada around the end of September, early October, and then they stay here for 6 months. And so we get to see all the different accents from Canada.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Don't forget, BC has a different accent than Ontario does.
When I was like, I think 13, parents and my brother had like super Winnebago, and we went on a 3-month trip all summer, like 2.5 months, up the coast, and then into Canada, and then all the way up to Banff, and then down across back to Victoria. Vancouver and Victoria. And we stayed at all these campsite lake things and salmon fished and did all this shit. There was a beer strike. My dad lived on beer and it was this whole thing possible to get beer. That's what year it was. I know that's part of Canadian history. There's green beer only, and it was at the state sold store, and people lined up, and if you weren't there, you didn't get it. There wasn't no more. It was this whole thing. It was a strike or some crazy thing. Affected my dad for sure.
Speaking of, that's funny you say that right now, Bud. Right now, in
when
Canada,
I got back, I think I was in 9th grade when I came back to school, which is like a few days after getting back from this trip. I was saying A. I've been in Canada so long that I picked up the A part.
That's funny.
Because that area of Canada, I imagine is what you're saying. It seemed to me, from my memory, and I even thought, I like this A thing, because what it is like they would start the sentence with A, and then they would end with A, and the ending was like the signal to the next person. Oh, okay, A, and then it was your turn to go A, and then start talking, and then go A, oh A, and that's how I remembered it. It was like people started a sentence with A, and they ended it with A. Right? Is that how it goes?
Yeah. Must be, man.
Yeah. But I was like 13 and had been up there. But I probably spent 2 months in Canada around Canadians and all these campsites and things. Yeah. Somehow I came home and was still saying A. I don't know when it wore off, but I remember it being a thing.
That's funny. That's funny you say beer strike, because right now we're the liquor stores are on strike, all in Ontario. That's funny.
Yeah, it was a thing. Even I remember the whole Winnebago getting fully searched as we came in, because I think my dad knew about this beer strike, and he had to go outside in those panels. There was he must have had 10 cases of Coors, because that's what he drank, Coors beer, right? And I think they took some of them, and he could only bring in so many, and he was all pissed off over that. And then, we would go no, to leave this campsite, because the next morning in this one town at the state store there was going to be beer, and you'd get down there and there'd be people all lined up, and it was like this turmoil because there was the only beer you could buy was what they call green beer. It was the worst beer there is. Yeah,
never heard of that. That's before my time.
I'd have been in the 70s.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So we did this. I'm sure it's a thing in history, because it was like this major thing.
No do to boot it.
Have you been to the Northern Territory, Steve?
No, I haven't. No, that's what I was gonna say. No, they got some really crazy accents. Canadian accents. You want to know accent? Well, north.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
It's
how
too cold up there. Forget that, man. It's too cold up there, Flora. Minus 32 and shit.
This green beer says Moosehead Canadian Lager.
Moosehead, that's crazy. I know Moosehead.
Yeah, it says
that's crazy.
Green beer.
But I still remember the true nature in these rivers that were turquoise, salmon fishing in the lakes, and
we still are.
Lake Louise and the what do you call it? The glacier there, which I've seen pictures that show like the timeline. There's hardly any of it left. But when I was there, it was still pretty big. Canada was bitching. Like I thought I was like so cool up there. I was only on the west side, or well, no, I mean not just on the coast. We went up. I think we might even went to Calgary and then came down.
I've been out east though, the East Coast, Newfoundland. I used to live there. With Newfoundlanders by. And then there they talk like this here, there by.
Basically, my brother was really into fishing, and my dad was a full-blown fishing guy. I went along. I never really liked fishing, but that whole trip was salmon fishing. In most of the places where we were, there was a limit, and then in the afternoon, evening, there was a cannery in town. And you take your fish to the cannery, and then the next morning, super early, you'd pick it up and it'd be in cases of cans, right?
What? They can your
yeah.
fish?
Yeah, you canned your salmon, and then we weren't the only people up there doing it, and a lot of people get caught like catching too many per day. There was like a limit, right? And even that's why, oh, I fished too, even though okay, I had a fishing license, whatever. We did that all these different spots. When we came home, yeah, well, where all that beer was all these cases of canned salmon that we had caught in different spots, and some of it was different. And then my mom gave it to their friends, and we had salmon for a long time after that. Because once it's canned, it stays good or whatever. Yeah, we caught a lot of salmon.
Salmon's great. Especially smoked salmon.
Watermelon
Yeah,
lemonade.
only salmon that I eat is lox. Like my favorite food is lox and bagel, which is weird because I don't like fish, so I don't eat. No, I don't like salmon, tuna, and I don't eat fish. Sometimes I'll eat a salmon. Lobster, I like that, but no, I don't like fish. But I like lox and bagel. That's like my favorite food.
I see food, I eat it.
Not the lox you buy in the grocery store, smoked salmon. That's like fishy. You go to like a good deli, not very many of them exist anymore, but the good ones, then they have lox. So it's like $20 a pound, or fucking super expensive. But it's the kind of lox that just like melt in your mouth, like you don't taste it at all. That's the kind I like.
Really? Okay. All right.
What happened? The other zombie was like, "Hey, I need some weed." He's like, "All right."
The fuck? That's crazy, cake. Hey, cake in a cup, by the way.
What happened?
A fully grown man with a prison record who owns a mechanic shop who dates a high school girl dates high school girls. That's crazy, cake. Healer rooms. The fuck? Hmm. Whoops.
What happened?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. All right. So what you got to smoke there, buddy?
Cheetah piss. Well, I got cheetah piss, grape gas, slaps.
Load one up.
But I've been
Let's
just
smoke.
smoking cheetah piss.
Can't let D smoke alone. We gotta smoke with him.
All right, I'm always down.
I'm gonna load one up too.
It'll end up
So
being it
we're gonna
could
do the
end up
hash.
being the joint I save and then wake up tomorrow and not have to roll one first thing in the morning.
I'll just thingies and pick the hash.
Yes, Alex, don't get me started. I wanted a sandwich earlier. I wanted to go to the deli and get some turkey. Something.
You like whale? You guys eat
Huh?
whale up? You guys eat whale up in Canada?
Well,
That's an Alaska thing, probably.
yeah.
Inuits eat it.
Right with the seagull wine.
You say you eat seagull?
No, seagull wine.
Oh, I was gonna say you eat seagull. That's disgusting. Those are
Yeah,
flying. Those are literally flying rats.
yeah. Well, they make wine out of them, Flora.
What?
They make wine out of them. The Inuits.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They put in water, and then they'll leave it in the sun.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah. That sounds good too, Al. Pastrami.
Some of the
I
some
think
of
it
this.
shows that from the beginning of humanity, humans had a desire to get high or to get loaded or whatever. Because
Yeah.
we figured out ways, like some of the earliest things that we ever invented was ways to get fucking high. And we explored everything possible, right? Way back before we even had fucking educate, like, oh no, they licked frogs, or did every crazy thing there could be. Try this, how many things did you have to try to find the ones that had the effects? That's my question. Like, how'd humans come to find peyote or come to find all the different things? Even we. Like, how many other things did you smoke before you realized, oh, this one's good?
Hey, buddy. Yeah. You
Or
haven't told.
was it the kind of thing where the first human that had the sense to like put it in a pipe and smoke it, like took a hit with a couple people and right away looked at each other and said, "Oh, we found it," right? Like they knew right away, right? Or how did that happen? Like, you know?
Well, they found what bongs and shit on like in China. They found one in like some weed in a Buddha's hand like 20 years ago or something. It was like
Yeah, I
supposed to be
mean, I
old or
think one that China with the scrubbing of a lot of their history, but by the change of governments they have, even though there's, but like they keep all that info so tight. But yeah, it looks like, I mean, we had prohibition and the craziness in our country about cannabis, but so many years ago, they basically erased it right out of their whole existence, right?
Oh.
Even though that they have, like, I guess that's where we trace our earliest known consumption or growth, cannabis history to there. But you wouldn't know it by, like, yeah, I don't think they like that's they kind of like left that part out of their history. Or maybe not. I don't know. I imagine if you lived in China and went to school or learned things there, you probably learned the truth. Probably not. I just imagine, because so many Chinese influential ones send their kids to college here over all these years, and then they, some stay here, but a lot go back. And there's 1 billion people in China, and cannabis is pretty much everywhere else in the world, even the worst war zone place or wherever. Oh, there's cannabis in China. There's people that smoke weed in China. Oh, it's probably like, oh, you think we had prohibition? Oh, it's probably like being a stoner there. You have to keep it on the low. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
But I imagine they're there. I know they're there, just on the numbers alone, and 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 the influence the rest of the world, or the young people. Yeah, some kids and came across it when they were here at school and never let go of it, even though they went home to China. Somebody's growing weed there too. It's a huge country, even though they have like the police state and this whole thing. Humans are crafty, to say the least.
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 3 o'clock Pacific, or the other way around. 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
That's like the basic failed concept that I think at least our country's finally come to grips with the war on drugs. Like, I think they gave up. They lost. It's over, right? But for my lifetime, it's when they started the war on drugs. Some of it was just rhetoric, but when you really study it, you find out, we spent as much on the war on drugs as some of these other wars. It was an actual war. At that time, we didn't have much else war going on, so we had the war on drugs, the federal war. I think the lesson learned there, you're never gonna that. No matter what they did, they could never win that war. Basically, back to the same thing: that human existence. Yeah, like people like to get high. That's it, and whatever they like to get high on, that's it. You're never going to be able to eradicate that out of people. No.
What's crazy though, people
being
kept chasing
drunk, whether it's being heroin addicts, being crackheads, being this, being that, whatever it is, a certain percentage of humans or part of the human experience. Some people just do it as a young person and grow out of it. Or people like to get high. It's like a thing. Even in the church, somehow wine's like, we drink wine. We have to get lit even here in the church.
Yeah. Whoa, it's there. You there? Yeah, okay. Wow, it's just us.
See, like I don't have kids, but I'd be curious because I know where the first introduction to like the narrative of drugs was like in ninth grade health book, and there was like section of the class where we learned about all these drugs, right?
Yeah, I was in like the first version of the Dare class.
And I still remember there was like 2 pages, and they had it wrong to a degree, and they've still never really written this. Like when I was a kid, it was like heroin, acid, like a bunch of psychedelics. They were like the worst drugs. Oh, amphetamine, worst drugs. But then the other side that were the less, they were the social drugs. Cocaine was over there. Like less, these were the addictive drugs. And the psychedelics aren't addictive at all. But oh, it was part of the fear campaign. The worst drug at all, acid or mushrooms, because like in my mind, and the path I went on, even though I got to the scene in '78, being a deadhead, like they were part of like the summer of love and all this shit that happened in the '60s on Haight Ashbury, right? Tune in, turn on that whole acid revolution, which Merry Pranksters, Wavy, and the group of them, Kinkeezy, you know, they created this bus and drove across the whole country of New York, basically giving out acid along the way. The Merry Prankster trip, right? So there's this whole revolution of this stuff that kind of started in the earlier '60s, but was like peaking. I was born '63, so okay, I was just a kid, but my parents were part of all this shit. That like even though times now would think, oh well, shit, like there's a problem in politics. Back then, because of the war, like even in '68, the craziest thing that ever happened at one of these conventions turned into the huge riots happened in Chicago at the Democratic convention. Chaos over who was going to be the candidate. I forget the fucking drama, and all these fucking people were getting assassinated, and it was almost to a point where and people were tuning in, turn on, and there was like this, like if the country was ever going to like have this revolution or this awakening, it was close to happening there, where the government wasn't going to be able to control everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they got through it. The government strong armed everything and tapped down, and the hippie revolution in the Bay Area fizzled into whatever. And then when I came in the scene, mainly being involved in acid business, that was the Fed's #1 target, right? Like, you could get life for a few hits of acid, right? They were like in the late '70s, and so it was like they overcompensated, and the way I always experienced it and thought, yeah, they just really don't want people to like have open mind, right? So even to this day, it's now psychedelics are becoming like that's an important part of this whole movement. You know, cannabis being legal, and in a lot of places, like a whole new view of psychedelics, right? From the mushrooms being legal, therapeutic studies that show results from different, even things that I wouldn't think would be a good thing because I didn't like it. What's that one drug that the ravers take a lot?
Ecstasy.
Yeah, yeah. That has like a lot of therapeutic
And then they take the Molly as well with, I think it's like ecstasy with heroin or something.
Yeah. And yeah, we still are like pussyfooting around over like, well, wait, if any of those, like cannabis has like way more avenues of things that it's effective for. Like straight up, like, yeah, what do they call it? PSDs, T or whatever. That's a real thing. Okay. Might not, some people might need further medication, but most people probably get a lot of relief from being with you, whether however you ingest it doesn't matter. From weed, like the effects of weed would take the edge off of things like that. That's just, I'm not a scientist or a doctor, but no, I think it that's some of the effects of cannabis, right? I mean, uh, and the other side, oh, they have drugs that they've made up, all the pharmaceuticals, and some of them are effective, but all of them have like a side effect and a counter over any length of time. It's not like, oh, every single one of their drugs that they develop, you take it and need to take it for a long period of time, has like bad side effects. Cannabis doesn't have that. I mean, it probably has a little, some side effect. Everything has an effect, right?
Um, yeah, just kind of weird that like people are going to fentanyl now. Like, what the fuck? Like, was nothing strong enough for them or something? Is that why they're on this shit?
No, it's like cheaper and they cut off access. I mean, and it's not even like, if you really understand that, like Kensington's probably the furthest along in this than other cities with their open air drug thing. But if you really understand what's going down in Kensington, most of them can't afford fentanyl, and there's like the $10 shot or the $5 shot or the $2 shot, right? $2 shot isn't even an opiate. It's like this shit called trank, or it's a fucking some kind of tranquilizer that's that is used for big animals, right?
PCP
That's
kind
the
of.
shit that rots out their skin and all this stuff. Uh, Even if it seems to have the same effect, it doesn't last very long. And um, if they give them Narcan or whatever, that it's not an opiate. So like they're not actually ODing on an opiate. And the reason that there's mass people on the streets that are literally shooting something into their veins that's going to do this thing that's going to like rot off their fucking flesh and worse, right? It's like $2 or $1 a hit. Where oh, you can get that fentanyl with a little of that in it. Oh, that's like whatever a hit. And oh, the other fentanyl straight. Oh, that's this amount, right? Oh, real dope. That's not even. You can't even get it because even that is cut with fentanyl. Yeah, it's a weird thing, but it's economically driven. That other stuff is like what they're getting $2 for is like a tenth of a cent's worth.
So basically, people are trying to find the cheapest way to get high.
Yeah, you can order. It's not that stuff in its like whatever isn't even really illegal. It's a yeah. People, you can buy it on Alibaba.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, like I'm crazy, but like haven't watched in a while. But there's these like cop cameras that they've hijacked that like show these certain streets back and forth. called Kensington. And there's a spot in the Bay Area, there's a spot in LA. There's a few spots like this. There's basically just total open air drug addiction right there. No question about it. Cops coming and going. People shooting up right in front of them, selling drugs. It's like this weird thing. I actually think because MK Ultra and so many other things that have come out to be facts about our own government's involvement with drugs, all kinds of shit. That these spots, because I know what happens on street life drug world. What you really see is people desperate for money because it takes money to get more drugs. Not in these certain areas. There's just like open flow of this. Well, it turns out it isn't even fentanyl because that's too expensive. It's this other shit, right? It makes them like a zombie. The fentanyl doesn't make them bend over and freeze in these like physically impossible fucking positions, okay? Right? That's the shit called train. What it's used for in the veterinary world is when you're working on a horse or an elephant or some huge animal and you need them to be tranquilized, you still want to keep the animal vertical for its own respiration and a lot of things. Where this is a drug they can use on huge animals. They're in a stall and have probably they're constrained, but they'll somehow like stay like balanced on. They'll stand up, right, but be completely tranquilized, right. Where to a lot of the other drugs you could tranquilize big animal with. Oh, that thing's going to be on its side. Okay, well now it's on its side. It's a whole different thing. So that's what that drug's designed for. That's what you see in those people. Like literally, they're like completely lost their la la land, and they somehow can bend over and contortion themselves in weird positions, but not fall off their feet. Right? It's like, holy shit. And be like that for like 20, 30 minutes until the shit wears off, right? And because the one shit isn't really an opiate, it doesn't have like the same withdrawals. But they say that the people that are on it are the hardest to get, even when they go through rehab and cleanup. Because a lot of what's happening there is, these people can go at a rate for a few weeks, and then that's why the cops don't arrest them in anything, because then the jails would need the facilities to treat open wounds and fucking abscesses and the insanity of it all, right? Because they're like, I don't know what you're going to do about that. Like some people can get so fucked up, there's no coming back. Like just because they stop using drugs doesn't mean they're going to like normalize. They went too far. The damage they did to themselves, their being, isn't always like. Not everyone gets to like jump back and forth. Now, people in rehab would probably disagree with me, but no, I've seen too many people that are like cooked. Yeah, but I think it's like the CIA has like a plot or like it's like just like an acid test. They want to see how bad it would get. How bad could it get if we just gave them needles and pretty much gave them free dope and contained them to this other area for a few years? What would happen? And then that's what you see, like total zombie, like it's so bad, like it's crazy. You'll see people that like, all of a sudden you don't see them for a week, and then they're back on the street and their arm was amputated, and now they're having somebody else shoot them in their neck or whatever. They zoom in on it. It's like, oh, you want to see an open air drug? It's at least what it says it is. It's forget the name of the stream, but they say that these are the police or the city cameras that are mounted on these corners in front of the train station, underneath the fucking subway, Kensington, gnarly hood. And they've hijacked it, broadcast it on the air. And sometimes when you watch what they zoom in on and stuff, yeah, because somebody's in control with servos and cameras. You're like, oh, it is the cops. That's what the cops like. Cops are like looking at certain things. They don't do anything about it. It's like, wait, you go down there and bust all those people. They all have fucking marks all over them, the needles. You got video of them using drugs openly. No, no, no one goes to jail ever. Sometimes people die right there. Fucking paramedic comes and then there's a fucking, they cover him and they put him in the thing and, oh, they're gone. And the chat, there's all these people in the chat that are like regulars on the thing. They have nicknames for like all the different people, right? Like, took me a little while to go, oh, okay. Because like, oh, one guy looks like Brett Favre. Okay. Yeah, no, it's crazy. The thing, most of the people that are tuning in are from other countries. And the comments are like, what the fuck is this? Because like, when you see it up close, like open air drug market, fentanyl, zombies, like with no filtration, in just 5 minutes, you'll be like shocked at what you see. Serious, man. I stopped watching it because it was like addictive. I was like, holy fuck, what are you gonna see next?
Did you ever do Quaaludes, or were they gone by the time you rolled it up?
And I was like right in that era. The first it was the Royer 714s, and then it moved to the lemons, and then there was like people started smoking it, and then people, because it's not that hard to make, there was like powdered shit that you smoked, and that shit was fucking. That's when I started disliking it. Just now, that place used to make me gag, but you used to get pretty high doing that. But when you had then there was eras where the real pharmaceuticals, they weren't out, they shut down. It's like a weird thing because I don't know. Everybody had a prescription for those. Like the doctors would have them on like candy for like a few years, right? And then all of a sudden they realized, oh no, this people just take them and get drunk, and people doing stupid shit, and then it went away. But like, what was the like? How did they get it that they could sell those and have doctors prescribe them to everybody for those years that were popular? Like, what were they for? Like, Valium and Xanax or anxiety, they make you sleep. Like a Quaalude was like, oh, it made your arms raw. Like, 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 you take a whole one, and then from your elbow down would be like, you couldn't feel shit. Your nerves were.
I gotta do this thing real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I've only went to one Rush concert in my life. My best friend when I was a kid, Mike McKernan, we went to first Dead shows together. He continued to go to Dead shows, but he was more into like other bands, harder rock bands as years went on. So it was Rush. We had these tickets in the front section. It was the last row of the seats on the center section of the floor. I think it was maybe at the Forum or at the, I don't know, the venue at the time. And the seats were like the kind that were were connected together in groups of 6. And like the show starts, and we were in I think the middle seat. And then so that meant there were 2 people on either side of us in the seat. And like we were so fucked up on these foods. I just remember being so fucked up I couldn't even move. I was like just lit and so easy. And those 2 people, when the show started, stood up to dance. And because we were like leaning back so much, like in our seats, because we were so fucked up, we were like planted in these seats. The whole row of 6 seats tipped backwards. And the next thing you know, I still remember this like total moment. Like it was seconds. Like seemed like a long time, but it was at least seconds. The, I know, and even me and Mike used to joke about it, that we were so fucked up. And even though we knew we were like fell backwards and we're looking straight up, we were so fucked up we couldn't move. Okay. We were like paralyzed on food. So like it wasn't like we were gonna stand up and gather ourselves and have any help to the security that came, and then somehow like even realize how fucked up we were or something and propped the seats back up like with us still in seats. And we were like young, like we were just like, yeah, what else are you gonna do? Go to the concert, eat Quaaludes?
So LA in 1985, was it just 100% crack epidemic?
Yeah, like it started then, but it got really out of control. Like, okay, I lived up in Topanga, the west end of the valley. There was like every base in the valley. It's not like downtown, but oh, there's still little hoods, right? There was like every little spot, every town, Chatsworth, this town, Van Nuys, had drive-through streets. Like, oh yeah, this street's the street. You just drive through, and all these dealers come out. Blah 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 blah. Oh, you wanted to get better shit and cheaper? Oh, just go over the hill into L.A. Oh, you really want to get the better, Oh, risk your like real safety and go further down to like Compton and different neighborhoods, but like it was everywhere. It was how good was it and how much you paid. It was like everywhere. Like all of MacArthur Park, like parks were completely taken over by basically crackheads and crack dealers. Drive-through streets where
It's crazy because like that whole Nancy Reagan war on drugs thing was like,
well,
because wasn't the CIA supplying this shit? It's like, I don't know.
about it, but enough has come out on that. I remember when the first hints of this, where there was evidence and ex-government DA people that were going to have to go on the record and say the guy that really, and he owns Cannabis spot. Wait, I think it might be out by you, Freeway Ricky, right? He goes on podcast, tells his story. Yeah, he was like the big, like, yeah, the whole crack thing, like centered. Was right at the beginning of it in LA and moved like a lot, like the most of it, right? Oh, it turned out to do some political bullshit with whatever country and them needing money to support their rebel whatever that we supported. Oh, the connection was like, oh, actually like a sanctioned deal. Oh, they've been they've been caught in numerous things like that. That's what Ollie North was. That's what this was. That's what like our government did that a bunch of times. When I first got into doing coke in the late 70s, dude, it was like 100, 120 a gram. It really, oh, in the hoods, they were on heroin and other drugs that were cheaper. Coke, oh, that was like a rich person's drug.
Yeah.
Right. Then within a few years, there were like 50-cent crack hits, $1 crack hits. Most of those drive-throughs were selling nickels and dimes, like of Coke. Like it got down to where wait, what happened to the Coke being worth all this? Right? Oh no, it's this whole other thing, which ultimately, yeah, I personally don't think it happened on accident. Like even when I was like involved with the shit I was down by MacArthur Park and worked for like the Salvadorian lady, she was like, fuck, she was in her 50s or something, maybe even older. She supplied all the other people, right? um, the whole thing, what the street life and everything had to do with the 1st and the 15th, right? Because that's when the checks come out. That's when the GR money, that's when whatever, the 1st and the 15th, right? And you'd see this cycle of the 1st and the 15th. And oh, yeah, you got to around the 5th or 6th and things changed in the neighborhood. There was no more of this money, right? And then that's when things got more dangerous and jackings and different shit. Oh, the 15th comes. Oh, wow, it's fucking lit again. Fucking customer after customer. And even the dealer, like the lady I work for, yeah, that was her thing. Like she knew like the 1st and the 15th. The business was totally different in the interim, right? And even that was just a big transfer of money, because really all this assistance that was back then much easier to get, welfare, all of these things, right? Which was at the time with the cost of living, pretty good amount of money. Most of that just went right back into the drugs that then inadvertently was like being funneled here by our government, the CIA, to fund some fucking political shit in some Central American country, right? And the more that they could channel up here, like, so, like, whoa, maybe they they had a lot more to do with that epidemic than they'd like to say. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think they created the whole thing. Then it got so out of control, they didn't know what the fuck they created. It's like no matter what with fentanyl, people, you don't see them. It used to be in a lot of these areas, like safe neighborhoods today. If you were at a like stop sign or a light, you got carjacked so quick and so fast because there was like these crackheads that were just like oh, they didn't give a fuck how they got money. Like that created this whole crime wave of small petty, uh like the jails were like most everybody in the jail was like a fucking crackhead. It got busted for basically minor shit, trying to get whatever for dollar to get another hit. It created this frenzy. It got pretty crazy at times. And then it kind of just went away. It's like, oh, and then it became speed, it became this, and now it's fentanyl, or it's the pill era, or whatever. It seems like, and then all those cycles, you can go back in history, and they're like the opiate problem in humanity is something that's like plagued humanity for thousands of years. It's documented uh, 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 times when it became a society's had a problem. You know what I mean? The Chinese railroad workers and the opium dens and many other examples. Oh, speed. We had speed when I was a kid. They were diet pills, and all the housewives and everybody else would get all these like pills, black beauties, and this and that. I forget all the names. And then all of a sudden, oh no, that they cut that off. Just like, oh, uh, our country had already seen the damage of opiate abuse and heroin abuse and things, and then somehow thought, yeah, let's unleash the pharmaceutical industry to like make 1 billion Vicodins and oxys, and now up to fentanyl, all this. Like they unleashed another whole thing legally, no different than like if they were behind the cocaine in the crack era, right? Like, oh, somebody made a lot of money. Sometimes our own government was who made the money. Like, that's pretty fucked up. And where'd they get the money? The same money that they were giving them that was supposed to help people. They figured out a way to take it back. Now, not everybody spent their money that way, but no, that's what the 1st and the 15th. Some of that's paychecks, but no, you'd see all this, because back then they just gave money, like was different. Food stamps was actually like this fake money that had $10, $20.
Yeah, we had those when I was a kid.
Yeah, people would trade those for like, yeah, $10 for a $1 hit. You know what I mean? Like, and there was like this whole street life that made money off of that. Then the
I think it was
all that everyone made a cut.
Bill Clinton that took those away, right? Made it into a card.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, most of the things, if there's any kind of loophole or where there can be abuse, well, humans are gonna fucking exploit it. That's it. And I remember when I was in prison, like even the prison, basically, your counselor, because I was in prison over drugs, it was a cocaine case, that if I got out and went to the right SSI office or SSI, get put on permanent disability because you used to be able to say that you're a drug addict, right? Now, I never did this because I've always had a thing like, yeah, I don't want any government cheese, right? But yeah, that would have meant for like all these years, I would have got whatever. Not really enough money to live good or live adequately. And because you're on that, you can't, you're on disability. That don't mean you can work on the side and you know what I mean? You're like stuck. Oh, you want this money, you can't make any of your own money. You know what I mean? And now it's almost impossible to get put on that. And it's really doctors, and even when you do get put on it, a lot of times it takes like 6, 9 months, a year, and then they back pay you from the time you first like started the process. But they put you through this like rigorous thing where back in the day, you just one afternoon and you had the and it's approved and good to go. Like they were I forget which president made it so easy. They just gave out money, welfare. GR they call it.
Remember like the brown, it was like a brown $1 and a green $10 and
like general relief.
Purple one.
Like general relief, you could just go in and they give you like a check for $135, like right there. General relief. There was all these things, right? There still is. And that's what a lot of like the homeless population, most of them don't have nothing. They just have this. And even if they didn't blow all that on drugs and alcohol and street life, that ain't enough to not be in that situation. You know what I mean? It's like a trap, a catch-22.
Oh, it's fucking hot. Got the AC on
Doesn't
and it's
cool
still
down.
91 with the AC on, but I didn't turn the AC on until about 10 o'clock, so I wasn't here. 9:30 maybe, whatever it was.
Yeah. There's a reason I stay in what I consider North County coastal. Because, yeah, we don't have that. There's a few days where it's probably going to get close to 100 at some point in the summer, but that'll only be a few days. And because of the coastal proximity, basically, even when it does get hot, most evenings, there's like a push and pull. The hot air pushes off the onshore, and then eventually the onshore winds and comes in. That's the cool air that we get like almost every night.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we get hot air and then we get more hot air.
Eventually, we call those Santa Anas, and we haven't had this year yet, but there were some years where that was fucking up growing. That was fucking up a lot of things for me. The Santa Anas happen, and that's when you're 20 percent humidity air or even drier. Like I'd have gauges, I'd be in single digits for days. And it was some of the most pleasant weather. It was warm, but it was dry. And the sunsets were the best, and the air quality was because the desert heat builds up so much, it blows offshore, and all that hot, dry air comes out to the ocean across SoCal. They call that the Santa Anas, and that's when fire danger is the worst. Because, like I say, fucking my gauge would say 7%. Single digits. When it was single digits, and I looked off into the land and surrounding my property, it was like a tinderbox. You could almost hear it crackling. Because when it's that dry, I don't think anybody has to start a fire. It just starts. Like a reflection from a broken bottle can hit something in the right thing, and then with that super low humidity, it starts to smolder.
Yeah, I go sleep soon.
Yeah, I got to get home too.
Oh, you're not even
But I'm
home?
a night owl. Like I still gonna do work here. I've got this new electrostatic, like 18 volt, because it's a mister sprayer. And yeah, because it works good from like underneath. And the plants are like on week 2.5. It's almost too late, but I'm gonna shut off the lights, and I'm gonna like make up like I have some fulvic and a couple little goodies, make like a fine ass mist, because yeah, it shoots out like a mist, but not from the top, not trying to get on the pistils, just from underneath, and let the unders get, mainly just to play with this thing. I've only used it 3-4 times in bed. It works good. The one thing is, what used to make, I used to have a 2-gallon sprayer. I'd have to make 2 gallons and use 2 gallons worth of whatever I'm putting in it to spray that amount of plants good. With this thing, it only has a half-gallon reservoir. So a half gallon, I can barely, I can spray the same thing and then have to rinse out the rest I didn't use. So it like, yeah, that's 4-to-1 right there. And over time, like whether it's whatever you're spraying, it costs money to buy the stuff. And if you, don't have to use as much and to get it, because it's like a fine mist, but it gets on everything. It's like I think on the side says electrostatic. And you have to wear this wristband on one of your arms or it won't work. Which I don't know what that. I guess that has to do with static or something. Safety. I have no idea.
Yeah. Look. Just so hot in this room. It's like, want to go to the bedroom where it's like 60 degrees, where AC's been running all day. Gets expensive. That's the thing. We have to play a lot in power. And then we've had our power go out twice in the last week. And it's not just us. It's 3 cities that fucking go out.
Well, I saw a story today that beyond this California having the high rate of power, the heat creates this demand that they don't really have. Like, yeah, that's when, like, if everybody in the grid's fully on and everyone's using all the power they have to, the grid can barely handle it.
Yeah, I'd say that's
like,
accurate.
Even though people got whatever 175 amp, or whatever, apartments have smaller amounts. Without AC and a bunch, like your regular house with the TV and a computer and a few items you're using is using not that much power. Oh, you start firing up ACs and all the other stuff, and those things are hogs. And then when everybody does it, then the load. Sometimes when I go to, like, even at my homeboy at the beach in Cardiff, I was looking at the poles because a lot of these are like residents that have been split, so they rent out apartments or whatever. In the alley, there's the power line. I know enough about this. There's like one, like 300 amp transformer. Instead of that being like for one house, no, that has the lines that go to all these people's houses, right?
Yeah, if one of those people buy a Tesla though, then they buy the charger, that's gonna screw it up.
Yeah, that's part of the thing is like, yeah, like even in the Bay Area in the hate way back in the 90s when I knew people that grew up there, that was part of the problem is some of those big ass flats that had all this space. And when you look at the streets there, it's the same thing. They have like one transformer, and then that transformer is for all these different units. So most days that will work fine unless somebody's using 100 amps or 200 amps.
Or 21,000 watt lights.
Yeah, and if you're growing, you start using those amps. End of story.
Yeah, because what was it, like probably 6-7 amps for a ballast? I don't remember, something like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, I think it's not 1,000 is like 9 something, and then if you run it at 220, it's only 4 something. So like most people they're going to run LEDs. You're still getting up there if you have a few of them, right?
Yeah, you can run LEDs.
I mean, look, a 720 watt LED, that's so many amps. I mean, that doesn't change.
No.
So, I mean, and the easy thing today is things are like plug and play. That's what it used to be called. Now it's just assumed that, if you plug it in 220, it works. If you plug it in 110, it works.
Oh, it auto switches. Yeah, everything does now.
Yeah. I remember that when you used to buy HPS balances, you spend a little more, you could get switchable ones.
Yeah.
And then I had a bunch that weren't switchable. The case didn't have any.
20 only, yeah.
Oh, an electrician friend of mine was like, dude, open it up. Let me see. And he opened it up, and sure enough, on that transformer, which like just about all of them use that same transformer, there's like one of those
Lead.
metal connector things, leads that slip into like a thing, and there's 4 of them on the transformer, and whichever one you put that on, so like, oh, it's on the first one, that's 110. If you move it to the second one, you're on uh uh 220, or and if you went to the other one, you're on 277 or whatever, right? So then it was like, oh, you don't have to buy that one. They already all have that. You just have to open it up and switch it.
Yeah, which most people didn't do. I mean, like the little clicker thing that would go bad inside there was like a few things.
Yeah, I mean, and I cut a lot of corners because even back then, when I first time I did that, maybe only like 12 or 15 light total in that grow, but that was a lot back then. And I had electrician, we did 220. I still just had the cords that were 110. So then when he made the sockets, I think they were orange. You could buy the ones that were a different color. So then there was like sockets that were orange. Oh, that was, don't plug, even though it only had 110 socket.
Yeah, 220's coming through it.
So like obviously they have the different core, and the reason for that is people don't. Now, over the years, I never accidentally plugged something in, but one was our shop vac, one was something else. Well, one of my workers naively, whatever, yeah, plugged in like a 110 device into 220. That's it. It's fried. There's no come back with that.
So, too hot here. We need to move to the coast.
Yeah, I grew up in Topanga, and then let's see.
I mean,
No,
even
I've never been more than like 10, 15 miles inland, 20 miles. Uh, I've always lived like a few minutes from the beach. Even though I'm like yeah, my cousins who grew up on Newport living on the beach, they're about my same age. They both have had numerous skin cancer situations from their face to their body because, oh, I remember as a kid when I'd spend a week down there, they'd come up. They had like always had speckled noses, and like, yeah, they lived at the beach. They had and I'm like redhead, super light complexion, even all the times I've been at the beach, and I love the beach.
burn.
It's been a long time since I like, oh, maybe in my 20s, I finally realized, like, yeah, I don't tan. Like, I don't tan. That doesn't happen. I burn and peel, burn and peel, burn and peel. And mainly because of that, not because, like, oh, I don't want to have skin cancer, right? I like used to spend a lot of time at the beach. I just stay covered up. Like, I'm not the type that's like, yeah, we fucking take off my shirt, try to get tan. No, because my complexion's super white. It doesn't like, not like, oh, get a little and then a little more the next day and you can build up. And no, that doesn't happen. I just peel, burn and peel. And sometimes the burn, I've been to the emergency room 3 times probably my whole life over being sunburned, like where it was like serious, like cold, like the worst. Um, so I don't go down there for the sun, fuck that. But now most people, I'm not alone. I go to the beach a lot, and I realize I see people like-minded. Okay, then you see the other people that are like all tan and fucking laying out. You're like, oh no, you're asking for trouble.
We're gonna get off here though in this because
Yeah, well, it was good talking
super
with
hot.
you.
Yeah, we'll do it again. I don't know if I'll be at that noon thing tomorrow because I gotta do some work tomorrow. But if it's slow, I might jump on there. The high noon
And
thing.
sometimes I make it. Sometimes I come on. Other times I just put it on because, well, it's 12. It depends what time I go to sleep. Sometimes I'm like woke up at like quarter to 12 and having coffee. So I'm not ready for no fucking noon anything. And that's most like today I woke up at 11:30. But I'm gonna go work right now.
Yeah, you're gonna go spray. You're gonna go have fun with that
Well,
thing. Making
or
your
do
magic
whatever.
potions.
Care about him. Because like to be honest, yeah, this place ran on its own for a few years, fine. But then I put a lot in effort, just a little shit, caring about him. Oh yeah, and we can see it in the results. But not like that result, like even what I've had to accept, does that make a difference in the bigger picture? Not that much. Even though, okay, right? The numbers are up a little and the quality's up a little, but in today's world, that doesn't quantify to anything.
No, but if you have the best shit, if you have shit that gets people like fucking lit, they're gonna try to seek you to get it.
Well, that's part of it. Like I just know from the flow of biz, like when you really have a good batch, like top batch, you'll notice that like your people they usually get this amount, they'll like flip around really quick and be like, oh, how much more can I get of that? Because they like, oh, that's what they're ultimately. And not every batch can be that way. Oh, you have to maintain a certain standard, but um to like really grow good stuff, I don't think you can quantify and make it. I've done it for so many years. If I go, oh well, I do it exactly like I just did it the last time, that doesn't necessarily make it the same. That's just my like each thing, even though it's like repetitive. I grow the same thing
Yeah.
and get pretty repetitive with it. So even though you're sealed, you've got split minis, dehues, CO2, whatever, and flatline data.
I feel like time of the year makes a
And,
difference for sure.
yeah, your vibe, just so many little variables, and yeah, I guess you could, with through a lot of means, try to eliminate those variables, which I think that's what a lot of the commercial markets in the middle of doing. But then I think it's those variables that when they all line up right, take a batch to that next level. And that's the only way you get there. There's no other. It's not like, oh, let me figure out what all those things are and then let's just do that. No, it's like improvised music. That's how I relate to it. It's like, oh, jazz and Grateful Dead, they improvised. Oh, sometimes they fell flat in their face and it was just okay. Oh, every once in a while they'd hit it just right when everything was working. That's just, you can't get away from that. That's a reality, whether it's growing, music, or anything else you pursue.
On that
All
note.
right, I'll talk to you.
Well, yeah, if nothing else, I'll talk to you again on Saturday night.
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to. I heard I'm waiting on Fumi, but Fumi's been down here a while now. Either I'm going to go up there, or he's going to come down here, and we'll hang
Yeah,
out.
I mean, he was just in LA.
Like he seems like a person that I already know, just due for being on the show and talking to him a little bit off of it. But I never met him.
Yeah, no, he'd be a cool cat to meet. I'd like to meet him too. I mean, he was down in LA, but we didn't have it. Neither of us were able to meet him. So
Yeah, well,
maybe eventually, if it's
yeah,
if it's to happen, it'll happen.
yeah, that's how it is.